No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big ol' booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedity, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimpin' when we in the city. Don't ask her about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tinted. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. See some thousands, now I'm after some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
Oh man, what we doing tonight, chat? Y'all locked, man? Drop some plug emojis in the chat, man. What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all locked or what? What we doing? We in intro mode. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Oh man, chat, what we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. Y'all know what time it is, man. Y'all know what time it is. Are we locked?
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
I need to know it, chat. I need to know, are y'all locked?
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Oh man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? They saying the Trump admin has been gutted. Netanyahu takes aim and U.S. military officials have walked out. Chat, what is going on? We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to cover. We got Tiger Woods and his arrest photos and video coming out. He's telling the cops he's on the phone with Trump. We got the Cuban government just issued a mass pardon, freeing over 2,000 prisoners. Also, we got that Andrew Wilson and Coach Greg debate going back viral. We have Pam Bondi is out, man. Pam Bondi has been fired, and we have an interim attorney general. Also, Erica Kirk sat down with Caroline Levit and talked about Trump stories, politics, and more. We also have the U.S. intelligence has assessed that Iran maintains significant missile launching capability, man. So we hearing that their military capabilities have been destroyed and decimated. Now we're getting intelligence assessments that they still have missile launching capabilities, chat. It's going on right now. Also, they're saying that Pete Hegseth has fired over a dozen top generals, including the heads of the Navy and Air Force, right in the middle of a massive war, allegedly. We'll get into that. We know that he did fire the top Army official for sure. For sure. So we got Bondi out today. We just had, who was that? Christy Nome out. This is crazy, chat. They're saying Cash Patel may be next. This is crazy, chat. Yeah, P. Hegseth fires the highest-ranking U.S. Army officer in the middle of Iran war. Austria also rejected all U.S. requests to use its airspace. All U.S. requests to use its airspace. And Amazon is rolling out a 3.5% fuel and logistics surcharge, man. Fuel and logistics surcharge. Cash Patel may be out. And we got Kamal Khazari has been seriously wounded after Israeli strikes hit his home, unaliving his wife. And we know that the RCG, Iran, has said that if any more attacks come at their officials, their peacemakers, their leaders, then they will be attacking American companies. So we seen a retaliatory strike aimed at Oracle, the data center for Oracle, chat. We're going to get into it. We're not going to waste the time, chat, but y'all know what time it is. We have to get to 100 likes, chat. Everyone double tap the screen, hit the like button at the top. Help me get through the algorithm. Let's smash past 100 likes and let's have a good show tonight. This picture above me that you see is Tiger Woods, chat. That's Tiger Woods yelling, screaming. This is not AI, chat. This is Tiger Woods in the back of the car, man. He's in an emotional outburst. They putting him in the car. He's looking like, oh my God, what just happened? And then, you know, he just loses it. He's screaming, yelling. He's like, I've already been dragged publicly. I've already had my career, you know, put in a public light. And now I'm about to go through it again because I was allegedly drunk ass driving, man. And that's where he's just like, you know, it's over with. It's over with, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I'm talking about, I seen the video, chat. He was doing something with his hands like this, and he got on the phone saying, I was just on the phone with the president, man. What is going on with Tiger Woods, chat? Is Tiger Woods living his best life, chat? Or has Tiger Woods gotten around the wrong people and his career is just, well, we can't even say career. His legacy is going down the drain, chat. Is Tiger Woods ruining his legacy right now? Catching DUIs, aligning himself with the Trump admin. Oh, you're saying there was some pharmaceuticals. Well, do y'all think Tiger Woods is ruining his legacy? Aligning himself with the Trump admin, rolling over cars and shit. Man, I'm just asking, chat. You say Tiger's living his best life. You said, no, he wasn't drunk. They breathalyzed him. It came back as zeros. They asked him to do a urine test and a blood test. He refused. Oh, so Tiger's off some pharmaceuticals. A few back surgeries will do it. A few back surgeries, other surgeries, he may have been hooked. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That's how it goes, man. You say he's in treatment. I heard that he can't drive around the grandkid no more. You said ease up on the GOAT, man. Hell no. Tiger Woods, man, listen, chat. I've had a little fit with Tiger Woods. Not even this a fit with Tiger Woods, but do y'all remember when Trump had the first ever Black History celebration in the White House, chat? Who remembers that? Do y'all remember who Trump brought to the White House to speak for all black people? Tiger Woods, the one nigga that said he wasn't black. He said he was Pan-Asian, afro. I don't know, man. Tiger Woods said he wasn't black. They brought him up there to speak for all the black people in the damn White House. That was crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. And now we see why Tiger Woods had got that invitation. All right, chat. Double tap the screen. Shut the live out. We're not gonna get straight into the news because we got a few things to cover. So we're gonna get straight into the news. We do need to get to 100 likes though, chat. Everybody, double tap the screen right now or hit the like button at the top. We're also 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal, chat. 20 subscribers away. Let's get into Pam Bondi.
Let's get straight to the White House again. Peter Ducey is standing by. Peter, what are you hearing was the main frustration of President Trump's when it came to Pam Bondi, obviously making it very clear that the relationship was still intact, but he no longer wanted her to run the place?
Sandra, I can tell you that I phoned President Trump to ask him once these reports started coming out.
You said, plug, come on, bro. He the GOAT. Man, listen, Tiger Woods had me fucked up when he said that he, I guess he, you know, it's just that when Trump brought him up there to speak for the White House, to speak for Black History Month, it's like I could have named 30 different black people that he could have chosen over Tiger Woods. I'm just gonna be honest, Chad. I'm just gonna be honest, man. Like, let's be real here. We have black billionaires out here. Let's be real, chat. We have black activists out here. We have black scholars out here. Now, Tiger Woods is probably the best motherfucker to ever pick up a golf club. But he said when they asked him about his shit, he didn't say he was black. He didn't say he was black. So as a golfer, Tiger Woods is excellent. But as a damn black activist, man, he said he wasn't black. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? He said he wasn't black. You said dude got plenty of money. He didn't have no reason to be driving under the influence. I got no kind of sympathy. Man, I didn't know that he wasn't drunk. I thought he was drunk. Y'all are saying he was off of some pharmaceuticals, man. I'm not gonna lie. If he did have, that's how a lot of people do get those kind of problems. They have a surgery or they're in an accident or something, and then next thing you know, they're hooked on phonics, chat. Hooked on phonics, man. Everybody double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. Let's get to 100 likes, man.
Out that the Attorney General had been told that her time, it was nearing the end of her time at the Justice Department, and the president said he was preparing some remarks. We think that it is going to be the...
See, this is the thing. You said Tiger Woods is the greatest golfer in history. Who cares is he black? You care. Black people care. Why is that? Because Trump brought his ass to the White House to speak on behalf of black people. The first ever Black History Month celebration at the White House, and your guest speaker ain't fucking black. He said he's not black. What do you mean? I care? Yes, I care. Shit, if you gonna have somebody speak on behalf of the black community, let's make sure they're fucking black. At least they acknowledge they're black. They don't downplay their blackness. If the person that I want to speak at the White House Black History Ceremony should not be downplaying their blackness. What are we talking? Yes, I care. I don't care about it because he's a golfer. I care about it because he was chosen to speak on behalf of black people.
Official announcement about the Attorney General Bondi leaving the Justice Department. She will not be leaving the administration. They are going to find a different job for her. So President Trump thinks that she did a good job. President Trump...
See, that's crazy. Now you say our people ain't stable and shit. So next time a trans woman gets up there and speaks on behalf of women, when that man comes up there with that fucking silicone tits and shit and says he's a real woman and speaks on behalf of women, I want you to keep that same fucking energy. I want you to keep that same energy whenever it's the trans community. You have everybody's up in arms, especially the conservatives. Oh, that's not a real woman. I get it. Trust me, I get it. But when it comes to black people, it's like, oh, it just is what it. Anybody can speak on behalf of black people. It's like, what? The fuck is wrong with you?
Still likes her, but at this time, he feels like Todd Blanche should be elevated in an interim role. So the plan, at least as of the last couple minutes, and a lot of things are changing, is to name Todd Blanche in an interim role as the country's top law enforcement officer running the Justice Department. We are hearing a lot of different things about why this might happen. We think President Trump will elaborate on that more.
Nah, I'm from the Deep South. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. Like, it's nothing against Tiger Woods or his heritage. It was a deliberate decision to have somebody who's on record downplaying their blackness to speak on behalf of black people. And then what happened when he got up there? He got up there to speak on behalf of black people, and what did Tiger Woods say, chat? Does anybody in the chat remember what Tiger Woods said? I do. I'm just happy to be here. I'm just happy to be here. I don't need no nigga up there speaking for me that's just happy to be here, man. It's fucked up around here. What are we talking about? I'm just happy to be here. I don't need a representative that's just happy to be here. Straight up.
More. But when you talk to people here at the White House, it is very important to them, just to reiterate that there's not bad blood right now with Bondi leaving. And we know that she was in the front row at the president's remarks last night during his address to the nation. So she is somebody that he still wants to have around, but
no, he should have embraced his damn blackness. He got up there and said, I'm just happy to be here. No, he didn't say nothing. He didn't thank he didn't thank the people that paved the way for him. He didn't say nothing about civil rights. He didn't say nothing about how far the black communities came. He didn't even acknowledge that he was black. All he said was, I'm happy to be here. What the, man, they should have gave Boosie the mic. Man, they should have gave Boosie the mic, man. I bet Boosie would have said some shit. They should have gave Boosie the mic.
He wants Todd Blanche, who has been with the president during some of the hardest times of his political life, when he was dealing with all these many lawsuits during the 4 years in between his first term and his second term. Todd Blanche was right there with them, fighting on the president's defense, legal defense. And now Todd Blanche gets a crack, at least temporarily, as the Attorney General of the United States.
Peter, we were just showing the video, a reminder to our viewers yesterday, when the president appeared at the Supreme Court to hear the government's arguments in his case. He arrived with Pam Bondi.
Yeah, I wonder what they talked about in the car, because that was just more than 24 hours ago. And again, it seems like she and the president still have a good relationship, but she will no longer be his attorney general.
Yeah, and I know certainly just in the last few days, President Trump has praised her and said it.
So the reports are coming out that Sarwell, or whatever, however you say his name, his ass was talking to some woman that's been accused of being a Chinese spy. And they said Pam Bondi, in her high and mighty ass position, instead of doing her damn job, tipped him off. Allegedly, she tipped off her good friend that was doing a lot of conversating with this damn Chinese spy, allegedly.
Attorney General.
But nobody's going to talk about that. We're still going to talk about the Somali fraud, right? Nobody's going to talk about Chinese spies and shit being covered up in administration, but we're going to talk about some fucking Somali fraud, right? Well, where are the Epstein files? Oh, I forgot. Bondi's replacement got up there and said, you know what, America? Fuck you. You're not getting any more of the Epstein files. Nobody's going to jail. What the fuck is, excuse my language, chat. What's going on? Put them kids up. Tonight, one of them nights, man.
Pam Bondi, he said, is a wonderful person and she is doing a great job. So certainly still support for her there. When you look back at her time as Attorney General, what sort of stands out to you?
You know, she is somebody who was pretty much in lockstep with President Trump on just about all of his legal priorities, but she wound up taking as much incoming as anybody from congressional Democrats. For every time that they would haul her before Congress for whatever the issue was, it seemed like she had to be the one that was taking the most incoming. And she never really deviated from the line that folks here at the White House were using. But it just, they want to shake things up. And we expect to hear some specifics about why they want to shake things up. But all that we know at this moment is that the president feels like it is time.
Yeah. And that he informed her last night before the speech. So
Man, farewell, Pam Bondi. You told us that you didn't give a about the Epstein files because the Dow Jones hit 50,000. Man, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Under your guys, how many fines did these corporations get to walk away with? What was it like 3.1 billion in fines that these corporations didn't pay? But we talking about some damn fraud. 3.1 billion.
Peter, you can obviously hear the media fired up on all sides of you there at the White House. Is the Todd Blanche an interim replacement? Obviously, he's the deputy AG. Or will he step in for the time being? Or is that, do you think, a full-time replacement for Bondi?
I am told that Todd is going to be the temporary replacement, the interim replacement. There are some names that are out there. The New York Times is reporting that Lee Zeldin has talked to the president about the possibility. We know that there are also a bunch of former state.
Shit's crazy, man. They ran this shit to the ground, made everybody come out publicly and pick a side, gutted out all of the administration, you know, the loyalists. They've gutted them all out and replaced them with the adults in the room that are also triple down loyalists. We're fucked, bro. We're fucked. We're fucked. Kash Patel's out probably tomorrow.
Attorney generals who are serving as Republicans in the Senate right now. We don't know how seriously President Trump would look at any of them, or if there's somebody from outside the administration, not an elected lawmaker, who the president might like for this. But it is an important job. And the president's going to have some time because he is elevating Todd Blanche, somebody that he has.
Right. You're absolutely right, Lori. She wouldn't even look at the women that were taken to the island. Department of Justice. What kind of justice is that? Selective, chat. That's why I tell you, this shit is all selective, man. It's all selective politicking. It's all selective outrage. It's all selective judgment. The only difference is I'm going to be the honest motherfucker to tell you that I get selectively outraged by some shit I just don't give a fuck about. Everybody else is going to get on here and lie and be like, oh, it's supposed to be this, it's supposed to be that. No, call it shit what it is, man. It's selective outrage, man. Selective politicking. All of this shit is going on, man. Welcome to the new America.
Is known for a long time, somebody that he really trusts, at least temporarily. And as for what comes next for Bondi, we don't know. But she's not just going home to Florida. She is going to have...
Here goes Carlos Castillo. Let me cry. Shut up, you don't know shit. Hold my nuts, Carlos Castillo, 6409. How about that, little 6409, man? You better tread lightly in here, man. Pooh, Shiesty and them just robbed Gucci, man. I'm feeling amped up tonight, man. Little Carlo, we'll get you up out of here.
Some other job within the administration. We don't know what that is, and we don't know if she knows what that is, because this is all happening just in the last couple minutes.
Looks like we're getting a little bit more color on the situation through our reporter Aisha Hassi. She says she just spoke with Bondi before you broke the news, Peter. She said she's working right now in Florida filming a child ID kit for abducted children with the NFL. She flew into Tampa this morning and went straight to work. They will share those pictures soon, but no specific comment on the firing. So we'll see what comes from the president here shortly. Peter, stand.
We're going to cover that in a minute, chat. The FBI opened up an investigation into Pooh, Shiesty and their whole gang. They got their allegedly a tape of Gucci Man being robbed at gunpoint, 2 AK-47s involved, an off-duty police officer. They said they did Gucci bad. Unscrewed the earrings out of his ear, took his wedding ring, took his chain, his Rolex, and told him, shut the fuck up before we shoot your ass on GP. Crazy. We're going to cover that right after this, chat.
By with us on the breaking news.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. And for now, let's go to Fox News Justice correspondent David Spunt. Hi, David. What have you heard?
Well, we knew that Pam Bondi, the former Attorney General, was on thin ice for a long time with this administration, though she has a personal close relationship with President Trump. She's known him for years. She was the Attorney General in the state of Florida. He's a resident of Florida. She was his attorney during his impeachment trial.
Hey, Mandy says, do you know the community guidelines, plug? Because you're about to find out. Let me educate you. My job is to monitor laws. I suggest you watch your language and how you interact interact. Hold my fucking nuts, Mandy. How about that? Let's get Mandy up out of here, man. I'm not bullshitting tonight, Chad. And she must not know who the fuck I am.
Senate during his first term. So President Trump and Pam Bondi have a good personal relationship, but we know administration officials were not happy with.
Thank you for the 5 gifted, Rogie. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Rogie.
The way the Epstein files were handled. This is something that has really hurt the Attorney General since she came into office in February of 2025. Just some history there. She comes into office February 2025, and then a few weeks later, in an interview with John Roberts, I believe it was during this hour on Fox News with John and Sandra, said the Epstein files were on her desk, or the files were on her desk when she was asked about the Epstein files. She later clarified and said that she meant the JFK.
That's the thing, Chad. When we get to going back and forth with what everyone in this administration has came out and said, remember, most transparent administration in history, right? They always put their foot in their mouth. They always put their foot in their mouth, and they have to renege. And what does that signal to us as citizens? A cover-up. Somebody's lying. They both cannot be true. It cannot be no victims, and it cannot be you got everything on your desk. It cannot be that we have no credible evidence, but now we got 6 million files. Only half of them have been released. See, it's an active cover-up. And these people should be held accountable. All of them.
K files. The RFK files, the Martin Luther King files, as well as the Epstein files. But there were so many more questions just about the overall handling of the Justice Department dealing with the Epstein files. And the Epstein files story really never went away from Attorney General Bondi. Over the summer, DOJ put out a release, and they said that there would be nothing further warranted from the Epstein files. No charges would be filed. The case is essentially closed. And then Deputy Attorney General, now I guess we could call him Interim Attorney General Todd Blanche, met with Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend and co-conspirator, convicted co-conspirator.
Yes, he came out. They got Bondi out the way today. The interim guy they put in was like, well, shit, ain't nothing changed from when Bondi was here. Y'all still aren't getting shit from those years surrounding 9/11, leading up to, during, and immediately after 9/11. We don't have any of those files. That's the only large set of Epstein files we do not have. Immediately leading up to, during, and after 9/11. It's crazy.
So the story never fully went away. In fact, Bondi was supposed to.
Neither did Obama. I could tell you a lot of shit Obama didn't do that this administration has done. Like, what the fuck? You're talking about Obama here, man. Obama's somewhere twiddling his fucking toes with his leg thrown over the other leg. You know how he does. He throws that leg up, man, and gets... You know how Obama sits, man. Let Obama sit all suspect style in his fucking crib and sip his nightly coffee, man. Let Biden lay on the beach, stunning shaded the fuck out and eat ice cream, man. That ship has sailed, man. That ship has sailed. What are we talking about?
To testify before Congress in a deposition about Epstein on April 14th in just a couple of weeks. So she clearly will no longer have to do that. The video on the other side of the screen, as I look right there, that was her on St. Patrick's Day, March 17th. That's after coming out of a closed-door briefing with members of the House to talk about the Epstein files. But members of Congress, they were not satisfied with the answers they were getting from the administration, and Bondi ultimately had to answer those questions when she came out and would have had to answer during a deposition. Guys.
David Spunt, thanks so much, David. We appreciate it.
What's up, Brick?
All right, let's bring in our chief legal correspondent and host of Fox News Sunday. Shannon Bream is here on the breaking news as well. She joins us by phone.
Chat, we got to get to 200 likes. Everybody hit the like button right now. Double tap the screen, share the live out. Game Genie, you said why I'm so mad tonight, bro? It's because we're watching this shit go on. They're gutting the administration right now, and they're about to replace the administration with even more loyalists. This shit is going on. Why do we think the highest ranking army official is stepping down today? They're saying that Hegseth just fired 12 of the highest ranking military. 12. Why? We think this in the middle of a war? Trump only has 60 days to do his thing before he has to get congressional approval, right? And now, fucking halfway in, everybody's just fired and leaving? After they raise the enlistment age? After they talk about coming at Greenland, Denmark's gonna defend them. They're saying Turkey's the next greatest threat to the Jewish people. Another NATO ally. Do we not see the writing on the wall here? Today sealed the fucking deal.
Shannon, your thoughts as we learn more details.
Yeah, guys, I think that there had been such pressure on the Attorney General on so many different fronts to deliver for the president. As, you know, David referenced these things. There were a lot of promises coming in about the RFK or JFK files, about Martin Luther King Jr. files, about Epstein. And there was so much pressure that, you know, some folks thought she got ahead of what they were able to deliver at the DOJ, that there were times that there were promises that, you know, leveled a lot of expectations. And the president had his own expectations. We remember the odd tweet that went out that many people believed was supposed to be a direct message to her, asking about possible cases involving possible political rivals or settling scores, those kinds of things. And the president clearly wanting her to be aggressive on a number of fronts. And maybe that's why some of the promises that she made felt like they were getting ahead of what DOJ was able to deliver. But you know, she's got a long, deep experience in Florida as Attorney General there, and as being known as a very effective prosecutor, but also just very loyal to President Trump.
Yes, I seen you said Cuba is next. Yes, the oil did reach Cuba. They are talking about taking Cuba. It has been floated to take Cuba. That goes back to the restoration of American maritime dominance, the Donroe Doctrine, right? What did Cuba in response do today? They pardoned 2,000 people today. 2,000. I think a lot of them were women. Let's see. Who all did Cuba pardon today? Cuba pardoned 2,000 people today. I'll figure out who was eligible for those pardons. Give me a second.
And it may have been at some points that, you know, the selection this time around with a lot of his closest circle was a lot about loyalty. The first time around, he trusted other people. He trusted the experience and the recommendations. He wanted people around him like Pam Bondi, who he trusted to have his back. But I think he felt so much pressure on so many fronts to deliver.
Yeah, news break. I do call-ins, just not right now. You know, I ain't gonna lie. I gotta run through my show, run through my episode. I do call-ins later on. But yeah, we'll get to that in a little bit.
And felt like she hadn't done it. And maybe this is a time where you look at your poll numbers and you say, how do I shake things up?
Shannon, so Todd Blanche is taking over in an interim position. What do we know about him? What do you think, how different might he be moving forward?
Well, listen, he is a tough litigator, too, and he's been close to the president litigating a number of issues very important to the president in his private life and in other places before he joined the DOJ. He's also someone seen as very hard-charging, very loyal to the president, somebody who may have different experience than the outgoing Attorney General Pam Bondi when it comes to litigation and the ways that he's been linked to the president's legal efforts. He's definitely a President Trump loyalist. There's no doubt about that. So he may pick up this mantle with some tougher investigations and different probing than maybe Attorney General Bondi had done in a way that I think the president definitely trusts him. And so we'll have to see his vetting process now.
What do you think was the final straw here as we wait to hear directly from President Trump about this ousting?
I mean, that's a great question.
They said the final straw was the damn spy, man, allegedly. One of the guys is Pam Bondi's friend. They caught him up allegedly talking to a Chinese spy, and they said Pam Bondi gave him the heads up that he was about to be investigated. Chat, is that being a good friend, or is that betraying your country, chat? I don't know if that really happened. If that's true, is that betrayal of your country? I'm in the chat. Is that betraying the country, or is that being a good friend? if she warned her friend that he was about to be investigated for allegedly speaking with the Chinese spy or having a relationship with the Chinese spy, she gave him the heads up. Allegedly.
Attorney General Bondi
What's up,
has been in
Sarah?
a number of these very heated Capitol Hill hearings. David talked about this too, and there were times when, there's a lot of pressure on those close to the president when they go to the Hill and they start coming under this real.
What you mean she ain't no snitch? She was the damn head of the DOJ. Chad. What do you mean she's not a... If the chief law enforcement officer of the country, the highest ranking law enforcement officer of the country ain't gonna snitch, we're fucked. We're fucked. If the highest ranking law enforcement in the country ain't gonna snitch, we're fucked.
Really tough questioning, and the president is watching. That's really your audience, and you want to know that you are performing to the levels that he's going to be happy with the way that you handle things. And she got a lot of praise from MAGA World for being very combative and being able to stand up and take the incoming and those kinds of things in these hearings. But there's always a lot of reflection after they're there and they're on the Hill. How did they perform? How did they do defending the president's policies? And we know the president had been asking his inner circle in recent days about her and possibly some other people within the administration. Was it time for a change? Sort of taking the pulse of people around him. And once he does that, many times it turns into an exit path for somebody that he thinks may need a change. But she's been incredibly loyal to him, and I would imagine that he's going to be very complimentary to her, and maybe with like Secretary Noem finds another position for her that he may be able to say is a better match.
And I suppose, a few weeks ago, Kristi Noem, we moved.
Okay, chat. Is Pam Bondi's replacement going to be better? Right now, chat, the interim replacement for Pam Bondi, better or worse? Right now in the chat, let me know how you feel. Put better or worse in the chat for Pam Bondi's interim replacement. Double tap the screen, chat. We're 30 likes away from 200. Let's get to 200 likes right quick.
Moved on, and now Pam Bondi, and some talk perhaps about Tulsi Gabbard at some point. Do you think it's a sort of a redirection, perhaps, heading into the midterms? Do you think President Trump is looking ahead?
Yeah, Ben, I think that's a great question, especially when the polling has been really tough on a number of issues, not only on including the war and the economy, all of those things that people are feeling the daily effects when they go to the gas pump, when they go to the grocery store. Those things weigh on any midterm election. They almost always end up in a
Caroline, that's a good comment. History is being made as we speak. Pay attention, people. And that's foreign and domestic. That's new borders being created, new alliances being made, and new power players showing up.
Your punishment for the current sitting president. But I think when he looks around at some of these other things that are bubbling there as well, including his overall approval rating, he may feel like, all right, if I'm going to do this, this is the time for a reset. If he's lacking confidence in some particular policy or person carrying out that policy, the midterms are getting closer every day, and there's only so much time to show that you're going to do a pivot, make a big change, and that may have been weighing on his mind.
You're reminded, as we did a moment ago with Peter Doocy, Shannon, that we just saw her yesterday alongside the president as they appeared together at the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I mean, I was sitting there. I saw them, and everybody looked very chummy. It was her along with Secretary Lutnick sitting with the president, very dialed in. Obviously, the birthright citizenship, a huge issue for the president, one of his first executive orders, a very big issue for him legally. For him to show up as the first sitting president telegraphed a lot of weight on this argument yesterday. And so they were sitting there together, clearly as his top law enforcement officer, as the attorney general. She was a part of that A-list bench that was there together, and they looked very chummy. At one point, there was actually some passing of notes, and you wouldn't have, from seeing them together in court yesterday, imagined that there was something that there was this close to being in the offing.
We've heard the name Lee Zeldin perhaps suggested as a possible full-term replacement. What do you think Lee Zeldin, what role would he play? How different would he be?
Well, listen, he's also a very experienced lawyer, too, and has had all kinds of different things in his background. As EPA administrator, he's tackled regulatory bottlenecks and all kinds of different things. He's somebody, again, that the president very much trusts.
Chad, do y'all know who Lee Zeldin is? I don't think I'm familiar with Lee Zeldin.
He's a loyalist to President Trump, but an experienced attorney as well. And, they're all going to have their different ways that they tackle this particular list of to-do things within the DOJ. But gosh, the DOJ is endlessly busy. Not only is the administration being sued on so many fronts in a way that has just exploded during the first and second Trump administrations, going to court seems to be the very popular way to go after the president's policies. And they know that. A lot of the policies that they've launched, they did so knowing it would go to a legal challenge, and they want that answer on the boundaries of the president's executive power. So there's a lot of incoming, but there's a lot of outgoing as well with the DOJ.
Chat, I got a live poll for y'all right now. How much would your life change with $6 per gallon gas? If gas was $6, where you at? I know some of y'all are going to say gas is already $6, so answer to your truth. But how much would you be affected if gas was $6 a gallon where you are?
Litigation with respect to, different states, their policies with respect to transgender policies, educational higher ed institutions. So it is an all-encompassing job, this role of Attorney General, that is balancing so many, fires essentially to handle and to put out at one time, that whoever steps into this job permanently is going to be exceptionally busy.
All right, Shannon, I'm sure we're going to get a lot more detail here in the coming moments, either directly from the
All right, Chad.
Assistant Special Agent in charge of FBI Dallas. And
all right, Chad, we finna get into the Pooh, Shiesty, Rob, and Gucci Man situation. This is the article. I guess the press conference. They saying that they raided the homes. I've been watching a lot of bloggers talk about it, and it's crazy, Chad. It's crazy.
we will have a brief question and answer session after their remarks. Please identify yourself by your name and your media outlet when asking questions, and confine the content of your questions to today's press conference. At the podium, joining Ryan Raybould and Jeremy Wright is Executive Assistant Chief of
Police. Kidnapped and robbed at gunpoint, numerous victims. Good morning. I'm Ryan Raybould. I'm the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas. Thank you for coming.
So this is what is being said. Pooh Shiesty was signed to Gucci. He ended up going to jail for the robbery and all of that. He was gone for 5 years. Got out, dropped the first day out song, garnered millions of views. He was basically on his way to being one of the biggest rappers in the world. There were rumors that so he's still in his freshman contract at this time when he gets out. There are rumors that Yo Gotti were offering him a $25 million deal. So he needs to get out of that deal. So during this robbery, they're alleging that he forced Gucci Man to sign him out of the contract. So not only did he get Gucci to sign him out of the contract, he robbed Gucci allegedly for his earrings, wedding ring, watch, and a chain, I believe. So $25 million contract, Chad. So it's not just, I'm not going to lie, Chad.
This week, 9 individuals, including...
I'm not going to lie, Chad. For $25 million, I'm not surprised it got like that. For a $25 million contract, I'm not surprised it got like that. If that's true that he was offered that $25 million deal, I'm not surprised it got like that.
Well-known musical artists kidnapped and robbed at gunpoint, numerous victims at a music studio in Dallas, Texas. 8 of the 9 were arrested yesterday in Dallas.
Timothy said, this is not important news compared to all that's happening globally. We'll bring your ass back later on, Tim. I curate this show. Right now, we talking about Pooh Shiesty robbing Gucci Man ass, man. If you don't want to hear about it, swipe up on the live. Come back later, man. We're going to get back into the global news. Right now, this happened in Dallas, man.
Dallas, Memphis, and Nashville. These individuals who are charged and arrested include Lontrell Williams Jr., also known as...
Correct. 182, you said contract signed at gunpoint is not valid. And that's what they're saying, but they're saying that somebody recorded this robbery. One of the robbers allegedly recorded this robbery and was using it as blackmail against Gucci Mane, because Gucci Mane's a street rapper. He can't have snitching on him. He can't go out looking bad like he got done like a hoe. So they were like, look, you're going to sign this contract, you're going to give us these jewels, and you're not going to say shit because we recorded us treating you like a hoe. Now, Gucci didn't say anything allegedly. Well, I don't know. There's some paperwork coming out that looks a little crazy. So I don't know if Gucci said anything yet. I got to do my research and verify that. But for sure, Gucci had an off-duty police officer as security. Gucci also had a cameraman that was there and that was assaulted also. So they have pictures of the cameraman bruises. They got an off-duty officer that was robbed as well. He was protecting Gucci, so Gucci really didn't have to tell. He got an off-duty cop there that has a duty to report and tell, and then he has a civilian cameraman there that was gonna tell. But there are people saying Gucci did tell, and we're gonna find it out.
As Pooh, Shiesty, Lontrell Williams Sr., Rodney Wright Jr., also known as Big 30, Kadarius Waters.
So they say everybody is picked up except Big 30. They said Big 30, as of earlier today, Big 30 was still on the run. As of earlier today, Big 30 was still on the run, but everybody else had been apprehended, including Pooh Shiesty and his father.
Demarion Gibson, DeMarcus Glover.
Nah, Gucci didn't get slapped up. So what they're saying is, allegedly, this is what's being reported. You know, I watched a few of these bloggers and did my research before I got on live. This came out a month or 2 months ago. This came out a couple months ago, but it kind of went away because nothing ever came of it. But the whole time, the U.S. Marshals and the feds were investigating it. So what they're saying is it's a video. They were at the studio. Gucci and Pooh Shiesty were supposed to be talking. You know, they were supposed to be talking. Gucci comes to the studio or whatever, and they draw down on him. Draco, I'm talking about, pull the Draco on him. Other dude shuts the door, shuts the door, pulls another Draco. So it's two Dracos. It's one security guard, probably with a Glock or something standing on him. He's outgunned. It's over with, man. Like, it's over with. So at this point, they have Gucci at gunpoint, make him sign the contract. While he's signing the contract, this is being reported as well from I think Hernandez Govan, the one that beat Young Dolph's case. They're saying that he's saying that he's seen the video, and he's saying that while Gucci was signing the shit, Pooh Shiesty was unscrewing his earrings, unscrewing Gucci's earrings out of his ear, and Gucci was like, you know, this paperwork's not valid, you know, the lawyer's got to be here. And Pooh Shiesty was like, shut the fuck up before we shoot your ass on GP, allegedly. That's what Govan's report.
Corday Johnson, Darian McDaniel, and...
You said, who is this clown ass Pooh Shiesty? Listen, Pooh Shiesty is probably, he's dumb as hell, I'm not gonna lie. The shit he did was dumb as hell. Probably one of the dumbest, richest rappers I've seen, but he stood on business. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of these street rappers talk that street shit, man. Pooh Shiesty did some shit, man. He slimed them out. All that shit Pooh Shiesty was rapping about, it looked like he was really that. It looked like Pooh Shiesty was really that, but he dumb as hell. He just wasted his life, threw away millions and millions of dollars.
And Terrence Rogers has not been arrested yet, but will be soon. The complaint alleges that on January 10th of this year, 3 music industry professionals traveled to Dallas for a scheduled business meeting. Lontrell Williams Jr. arranged this meeting purportedly to discuss the terms of his recording contract with one of the victims. As alleged, once these 3 men were inside the recording studio, Williams Jr. and 8 co-conspirators, several of whom traveled from Memphis, Tennessee, executed a coordinated armed takeover. As alleged, Williams Jr. produced an AK-style pistol and 4...
So, boom. Now, Pooh Shiesty's on federal paper, so they're saying that they traveled across state lines. Let me get my camera back right. They're saying that they travel across state lines with these guns, and like I said, the blogs are reporting that the guns were Dracos. So they traveled. Damn. They traveled across state lines with these damn Dracos, and ain't no telling what else.
Forced one of the victims to sign a release. Conspirators, several of whom traveled from Memphis, Tennessee.
Chat, is it really a crash out though? Is it really okay? Let's say this: if he really had a $25 million deal on the table, allegedly, this what was reported a couple months ago when he did the song with Glorilla and all of that. They're saying that he had a $25 million deal on the table and Gucci wouldn't let him out of his deal. So is it really a valid crash out? Would you crash for 25 million, chat? I'm gonna ask it. I'm just gonna ask it, chat. Would you crash out for 25 million? If somebody held you in a contract and you got offered a $25 million deal, would you crash out, man? How far would you go, man? Or would you just say, fuck it, business is business?
Tennessee executed a coordinated armed takeover. As alleged, Williams.
Okay, you saying now I'm lying. So tell me this. This is what's being reported. I'm not in the back rooms. I don't know the deals, but I know that when Pooh Shiesty got out of jail, him and Glorilla did that song. I know that song that Pooh Shiesty and Glorilla got has not came out yet. It's a snippet. Why wouldn't it have come out yet? Because some shit gotta get cleared. Gotti and Gucci are into it. They've been into it for years. Why would this song be just on the back burner? Because Shiesty trying to get out his deal. That one song of Glorilla and Pooh Shiesty probably could recoup the whole fucking deal. Just being honest. That shit, I heard it. It was gonna be a hit. The moment that shit Shiesty and Glow dropped was gonna be a hit. Probably gonna go number one. The way they was gonna push it. That shit could have recouped.
Williams Jr. produced an AK-style pistol and forced one of the victims to sign a release from the recording contract at gunpoint. The remaining conspirators displayed firearms and robbed the other victims of Rolex watches, jewelry, cash, and other high-value items. One of the victims was actually choked.
That's why I'm saying it wasn't all about the deal either, too. You know that Big Scar and Pooh Shiesty, you know, they say were related. And you know how when Big Scar died, his family and Gucci was going at it over paying for the cost of the funeral. They had a GoFundMe. Gucci said that he ended up covering the funeral. Then there was something about that 1017 chain that his family was wearing. Big Scar 1017 chain. Gucci said, hey, y'all need to give that chain back. All of this is Pooh Shiesty's family. And Pooh Shiesty sitting back like, damn, that's my family. If you doing my family like that, you would probably do me like that. Not saying what Pooh Shiesty, not validating what he did, but I'm saying all of this is going on. Like, you seeing this guy, you from Memphis, you seeing this guy from Atlanta that you and your cousin, you know what I'm saying, getting money with, and he kind of did your cousin family wrong, in your opinion, after he passed away.
Choked by one of the defendants to the point of near unconsciousness. Defendant Wright barricaded the studio door with his body to prevent the victims from escaping. The ringleader of the conspiracy, Lontrell Williams Jr., was on home confinement at the time of the offense, as alleged, for a prior firearms conspiracy.
Hey, listen, Film Junkie said, imagine knowing all this crap about rappers but not knowing how to do your own taxes. I seek a tax professional, Film Junkie Outdoors. Imagine not knowing how to come in my YouTube chat with some fucking decorum and now you got escorted out this bitch. Everybody tell Film Junkie, have a good night and make sure he keeps that Narcan close, man. Tell Film Junkie, have a good night, keep the Narcan close, man.
Charge and conviction out of the Southern District of Florida. Towards the end of his prison sentence, he had been granted home detention. Part of the terms of his home detention were that he would not commit another federal offense or possess a firearm. His father, Lontrell Williams Sr., is alleged to have helped plan and execute the federal kidnapping as charged in the complaint. And as described further in the complaint, within hours of leaving the Dallas studio, a number of the defendants were on social media displaying some of the items that appeared to be the jewelry that had been robbed from the victims. The charging document outlines some of the evidence, just some, establishing the defendants' roles in the federal offense. This is as follows. Electronic monitoring data.
Okay, so Samora, you saying my do-rag is it's about time for another do-rag, chat. It's about time for me to buy a fresh pack of do-rags. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling y'all, man. Just wait, chat. I'ma say this though. Pooh Shiesty was fresh out of jail, so I'm pretty sure he did have an ankle monitor on. Like, all of this shit might have been going on with Pooh Shiesty being on an ankle monitor. That's what I'm saying. The whole basis of it was Gucci was a street nigga rapper. Gucci wasn't going to tell. They didn't take into account the civilian cameraman. They didn't take into account the off-duty cop and his duty to report. But maybe they thought Gucci was gonna handle that. Like, no way, Gucci's gonna let that shit get out. And it could have been a big contract on the other side of this shit, man.
Placing Williams Jr. at the offense location, which would put him in violation of his home.
But in Gucci's defense, though, you got to look at it like Gucci. You finally got your big artist. You got the one artist that can probably compete with YoungBoy right now. Like, Pooh Shiesty came home on fucking fire, chat. I'm not gonna lie. He came home on fire. Let's look at Gucci's career. He had Waka Flocka. You know, him and Waka ended up whatever happened. He had Nicki Minaj. She got 250 mil with Birdman them. Who else did Gucci have, chat? Rich the Kid, Young Thug. Gucci had all the artists, the Migos. Gucci had all the artists, the biggest artists in the game, and fumbled that bag because of lack of paperwork. He finally got Pooh Shiesty on some paperwork, and he probably didn't want to let him go. Gucci like, shit, Pooh Shiesty still on a freshman deal. He went to jail. This is making up for all the money I've lost over the years. This making up for Nicki. This making up for Rich the Kid. This making up for Thug. This making up for, like, shit, honestly. Thank you, K-Cell. K-Cell came through supporting the channel via Super Chat saying, Plug Nation, what up? What up, Plug Nation?
Home detention conditions, cell phone records, and license plate reader data corroborating the coordinated travel of multiple defendants from Memphis, Tennessee to Dallas, rental car records confirming Williams Sr. rented a vehicle.
Nah, Gucci, I don't think Gucci getting points off a lot of those artists. I think he spoke on it. Gucci might have got a finder's fee, maybe initial, cash payment up front, but nah, man. Off Nicki's deal, y'all think Gucci got some points off Nicki deal? Think Gucci got some points off? Nah, man, hell nah.
That was used.
Gucci was too street back then, man. It was all, word of mouth, man. Gucci was still street.
By the group.
Then you got to think, too, like, Gucci did that shit like a real label. Like, look at Yo Gotti. Yo Gotti goes and he signs talent that can already tour on their own. If you look at most of the artists that Gotti signs, they already have either a hit song or a fan base to where they can tour. They're already touring independent on their own when Gotti signs them. So that's why you always see Gotti out there with a whole lot of money on top of the car signing these artists and shit, because he's not signing like C and D tier artists. He's signing artists that already got a little motion. Then you got Gucci, where Gucci was kind of, let's be honest, throwing shit at the wall and seeing what stuck. Gucci was signing artists that were not already touring. He was signing raw talent, real street artists. They weren't already touring yet, but they had a buzz, had a lot of potential. And shit, he got one. He got one with Shiesty. He got one.
Group surveillance footage from the offense location, a nearby office supply store, and a hotel where several of the defendants stayed following the offense. Fingerprint.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, David. You said ever since Gucci got out of prison, he not the same guy. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's not the same Gucci, but I don't know, man. Thank you, Big Niche. Big Niche say new do-rag on me. Thank you, Big Niche, for the new do-rag.
Evidence as well that was recovered from the crime scene matching at least 2 of the defendants, social media posts by defendants displaying what appears to be stolen property just in the days following the offense, Greyhound bus records confirming the travel of multiple defendants from Dallas to Memphis the day after the offense.
Rob Gucci and
The
got on the
victims
Greyhound.
in this case came to Dallas to conduct legitimate business, and they were met with firearms and violence as alleged in the charging document. This case should serve as a warning to others who believe that using violence and intimidation tactics to rob others in our community is a viable way to conduct business. I'm here to say that it is not, and that if you choose to do this, we will, together with our law enforcement partners here, and the other ones in the Northern District of Texas, will bring you swiftly to justice. I want to thank the FBI Dallas Violent Crime.
I know a lot of y'all say Pooh Shiesty music was ass, but I'm gonna tell y'all, chat, I grew up around that area. Memphis music has a big presence where I'm at. And Shiesty might have been the only one to go up against Youngboy. I'm just gonna be all the way honest. I could already see it brewing, the Shiesty Youngboy beef, trying to turn it up. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Shiesty was gonna bring back real, raw, authentic rap, like gangster street rap, like where you believe it. Cause you gotta think right now, all the real rappers is fucking their paperwork coming out where they telling. So everybody was looking at it like, oh shit, Shiesty went down, he came home, and his music wasn't the best. Like, he wasn't the most lyrical, but you believed the fuck out of him. So I tell people this, like, even when I was doing music, chat, I used to tell people, like, in order to be successful in music, you either have to, people either have to believe the fuck out of you or want to be you. And it works best if it's both. If you can't have an audience that believes the fuck out of you or wants to be you, you will not be successful. Not in music, not in music.
Crimes Task Force, the FBI's Memphis Resident Agency and Nashville Field Office, the Memphis Safe Task Force, the Dallas Police Department, the United States Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, Michael Dunovit, and AUSA Greg Wagner, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Texas, my dear friend and colleague Jay Combs, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Tennessee, including my colleague Braden Busek, for their outstanding contributions in this multi-jurisdictional investigation and prosecution. I'd also like to highlight the extraordinary work. None of this happens without the extraordinary work of our AUSAs in this office, and I'm here to say we have the best AUSAs in the entire country. That includes AUSAs Robert Withers, Claire Demers, and my violent crime chief, Jeremy Fugate. This case really underscores the importance of standing up for crime victims, no matter who they are or where they come from, and the incredible collaborative, investigative partnerships that we have, not only in the Northern District of Texas, but across the country, and we are all working together to make our country safer. So thank you for being here today, and I'll answer some questions after my colleague here speaks. But now I'm going to turn it over to him, and this is Jeremy Wright, who's the Dallas FBI Assistant Special Agent in charge.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. Good morning, everybody. As Ryan said, my name is Jeremy Wright, Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI Dallas. As United States Attorney Raybould said, we're here today to announce the arrest of several individuals in the Memphis and Nashville, Tennessee areas, as long as one here in Frisco, Texas. These arrests are the result of a violent kidnapping of 3 individuals here in the Dallas area.
Violent
The majority of those
kidnapping.
arrested did travel from Memphis to Dallas to commit that offense. Our office collaborated with multiple law enforcement agencies and other FBI offices to carry out this investigation that ultimately led to these arrests. So I'd like to thank the Dallas.
That's crazy, Chad. Y'all know Gucci got a body, bro. So it's like a killer got kidnapped, bro. Like, Pooh Shiesty really just kidnapped the killer. It's crazy.
Violent Crimes Task Force, Dallas Police Department, the Memphis Safe Task Force, Memphis, Tennessee Police Department, and the Shelby County, Tennessee Sheriff's Department for helping with this investigation. Violent crime does remain a top priority for the FBI, and we dedicated significant resources from here in Dallas FBI.
But on the other hand, it's like Pooh Shiesty and them did just kidnap a 40-year-old schizophrenic man. But he's a killer.
Nashville, Little Rock, Birmingham, and Atlanta FBI offices to investigate and successfully arrest these individuals. We remain committed to investigating violent crimes like these. No matter who you are, we will fight every day alongside our partners to make our communities safer. So, thank you.
And we have time for some questions. If you would just identify who you were with and your name would be helpful. Yes, sir.
Kevin Reese with WFAA.
Hi, Kevin.
It may be in the release that you're going to send us, but can you be more specific to who these victims are and a specific location of this studio that you were talking about?
I'll answer the last part first. Yes, it'll be in the complaint, and we're happy to get you a copy of that. It's now unsealed. It was off Dallas Parkway in Dallas, Texas, a music studio. That's what's identified in the complaint. As far as victims go, we won't get into, at this time, who the victims are or not.
Chase with the Dallas Morning News. Can you describe the injuries suffered by the...
I'm just saying, Chad, like, if 25 million was on the table, man, I'm not saying it's right, Chad, but I'm saying I understand. I'm just gonna be all the way honest with you, Chad. I'm saying I understand, man. Like, hey, man, look, Chad. Like, look, man. Think about it. He could have been like, hey, look, man, let me just buy myself out the deal, and we move forward like that. Who's to say that motherfucker was like, I'll let you out the deal? We see how Suge Knight was doing shit back in the day, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you. See how Suge Knight was doing, man. About that 25 million, motherfucker would have had to come to the table, man. We had to do some thinking, man, readjusting, man.
3 victims.
So one of the victims, and this is actually in the complaint, and we'll get you a copy as well. There's a photograph of the injury. It looks like there's some abrasions on the neck and arm.
You were still seeking one suspect, you said.
One of the individuals that's been charged has not had his initial appearance yet, but agents are actively working to locate and bring him to court.
And I wanted to touch on that, actually. Eric Bushman of KRLD. Since there's one person you're still trying
Big 30 might as well drop his mixtape right now.
You had said that you're trying to work out. Because you're going public with this, are you afraid at all that that's going to hinder and eventually getting that individual in?
Agents are working to find him. The complaint has already been unsealed, and a number of these defendants have had their public hearing already, their initial appearance, and so it's already out there that this individual has been charged, and so that information is in the public record. But I trust that the agents will be able to identify this person and find them and bring them to justice. Of course, that person can turn themselves in immediately.
2 questions. This is Chase with the Dallas Morning News again.
Thanks, K-Cell comes in via Super Chat supporting the channel. He says there's always someone bigger or smaller and smarter. Straight up, K-Cell.
So the initial incident happens in January 10th. We're here in April. Can you describe the timeline and the length of time, you know, why we're talking about this now? Because it sounds like these arrests happened.
So to give y'all some context, Pooh Shiesty went to jail for allegedly robbing somebody. Back in 2020, he did 5 years. But during that time, he had that Back in Blood song with Dirk, went extra crazy. He got a lot of plaques. I believe that shit's like 8 or 9 times platinum. So this is a platinum, multiple platinum selling recording artist, multi-platinum.
And then the second part of that question, did all of the arrests happen yesterday, or were they happening over the span of time that we're talking about?
Thanks, K-Cell.
Good questions. I'll start with the last part. 8 of the 9 happened yesterday, and then we're still working on one more. And that was, again, a lot of those happened in Memphis. One happened in Nashville, and we're working now with our Georgia counterparts to get the last person brought to justice. Do you want to ask another question and follow up to that?
Actually, I forgot he had 2. Come back to me after you answer the second.
Okay, and remind me of your first part, sir.
We had the initial incident on January 10th,
yep.
Here April 2nd. Can you describe and kind of characterize why, you know, that amount of time passed before there were arrests?
Well, that was one of the reasons I wanted to list off some of the evidence that has been uncovered to date. A lot of this was subpoena work, search warrant work, and things like that in order to develop the investigation. And so the agents here with me, the agents out in the field, it takes a little bit of time to identify who did this offense and build a case so that we feel comfortable bringing the charges. So actually that's pretty quickly for a federal case of this gravity and this nature. And so I'm very proud of the investigative work, and it will continue from this office as well as our FBI and our local police department.
If convicted of these charges, these arrests, how serious are these crimes? What do these people face?
Life.
They're facing a range, so there's no mandatory minimum in this case. It's a range of punishment, and it'll be in the province of the judge, whoever gets the case. But it could be from 0 all the way to life imprisonment. And as you know, a lot of what will guide what's called the sentencing guidelines will be the individual's previous criminal history,
and Pooh,
the fact
Shiesty
that one of these
points high.
individuals committed the offense while on home confinement, so actually serving a federal offense, assuming that individual is convicted, that will be an aggravating factor for sure.
I was curious, I know you're being quiet so far on the victims here, but could you at least tell us, outside of them being local to Dallas, were they aspiring artists? Are they known locally or even nationally? Can you at least tell us that?
I'm not going to get into the victim stuff at this time. I think that more will be coming out there that will help clarify, but I'm not at liberty at this stage of the investigation to disclose that.
And then can you describe the operation to conduct all of those arrests? I imagine they were in different places. You know, maybe they all happened around the same time. I'm not sure.
I'm going to hand that one off to my colleague here, Jeremy Wright.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you, Chad. I did see where people were posting some paperwork where they said Gucci identified a person. And if that's true, in the paperwork, Gucci did identify somebody, like, you know, shit, he told. I mean, it kind of is what it is. He told, especially if he knew who it was. Like, if it was somebody random who robbed him. Like, if it was a random person who robbed him and Gucci's like, oh, fuck, I just got robbed. I don't know who it was, but he was in a black shirt or whatever. All right, that's not snitching. But if Gucci knew who robbed him, like Gucci knew who robbed him, he just didn't say the name, but he described the outfit that the man had on. It's kind of like, is it? That's different, man.
Requires a lot of partnerships across multiple jurisdictions to be able to conduct simultaneous arrests in a manner, you know, to not alert other folks and to do it safely. So really, it's just a coordination.
You said if you don't ID, then your bodyguard is a witness against you. No, he not. No, he not. The bodyguard, all Gucci gotta say is I was scared and don't remember. I blacked out. The bodyguard has to tell because he's an off-duty cop. The cameraman was the white dude that got choked up or whatever and shit. He was gonna tell anyway. So Gucci really didn't have to say anything. All he could say shit was, I was shocked and shit. I don't know what happened. He really didn't have to say a motherfucking thing because the security guard was gonna tell it and the cameraman was gonna tell it. But Gucci actually knew these people. The cameraman might not have. The cameraman, I'm pretty sure, knew that was fucking Pooh, Shiesty and Big 30 and them. The off-duty cop might not have known. But Gucci knew exactly who the fuck it was.
Coordinated effort. Unfortunately, we have great relationships here locally with Dallas PD and our other partners, as well as other FBI offices have the similar relationships. Memphis is unique. They have the Memphis Safe Task Force there currently, which was kind of a help in a lot of this. So it's really just coordination and pre-planning.
And a follow-up to that. So were all of the arrests in Memphis, or? No,
Memphis, we had one in Frisco, Texas, yesterday morning. The rest were in Memphis, and as the U.S. Attorney said, we're actively pursuing the final arrest.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you have another question, sir?
KDW, just mugshots. Is that going to be out somewhere where we can get that?
I think that becomes public record, but I'm not sure. If I could follow up with you right after, Catherine, if you would get to make sure that we get that information over there. Thank you for coming. If there are any further questions, I just want to underscore the importance here in Northern District of Texas of vigorously prosecuting violent crime. And
man, I'm gonna tell y'all, when Gucci described, Gucci didn't say who did it. He knew exactly who did it. But when he described the outfit, he probably didn't look at that shit as snitching in that moment. If he could go back right now, I believe if Gucci could go back and not describe the outfit, he wouldn't. In that moment, he probably didn't. He like, man, I know exactly who did it. I ain't gonna tell on him. Fuck it. It was just a dude in a black hoodie, black mask, and shit like that. Some regular shit. But according to the paperwork, that described the matching outfit. And according to, not me, I don't make the street rules. According to the rules that the industry plays by is, you don't do no talking to the police, man. You plead the fifth, man. You didn't see nothing, man. I didn't make those rules up. Those rules were already there way prior to me being born. And I believe that those the sets of individuals that we're commenting on lived by those rules.
A couple days ago, I did a press conference in Fort Worth, Texas, but it just highlights the collaboration. The state, local police are some of our best friends and best partners. Chief Como is a dear friend and partner of this office and has been fantastic for us, working with some of the best in the business, the FBI, and I'm just really honored to stand shoulder to shoulder with the men and women in my office. So again, we look forward to prosecuting this case vigorously, and if you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to
You said Gucci not in the streets, though. Man, he wasn't in the streets when he said he was smoking on Pookie Loc. What are we talking about? Y'all forgot now. Now Gucci wasn't in the street. Just when Gucci was talking about he smoking on Pookie Loc tonight, he was in the street still. Now that he, you know what I mean, some shit going on, y'all want to say Gucci ain't street no more. It's crazy, man. Y'all was just smoking Pookie Loc watching the verses and shit.
Catherine Miller. Thank you.
All right, so that was the very latest from Dallas, Texas, as we wanted to share just a little bit more information about this breaking news. This is from TMZ, but what we were hearing from the FBI and other agents is that rapper Pooh Shiesty and his father were arrested by the FBI. There were a number of other arrests as well. So we did want to bring you the very latest in this investigation and that breaking news update.
All right, Chad, that's all of that, man. We're going to get into the next story, man. We're going to cover some of this Iran war before we get into the next topics, man.
No signs of backing down, firing missiles into Israel. Tonight, Iran also claims it targeted data centers of Amazon and Oracle, two American companies in the region. Meanwhile, a new emerging threat. Yemen Houthi rebels claimed responsibility for a missile attack against Israel, calling it a joint operation with Iran. All of this, as we've learned, the UN is set to vote tomorrow on using all defensive means to secure power.
AR Stoner comes in supporting the channel via Super Chat. He says, nah, if it's on recording, talk all day. If you got proof, you can lock up your op. I did that yesterday. Spit the motherfucker who menaced me to the pen for April Fool's Day. Man, appreciate that, AR. Appreciate that, AR, supporting the channel.
Passage in the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has blocked, causing oil prices to surge. There is a lot to get to. First, though, we begin with Rachel Scott at the White House.
Right. He used his street cred to sign artists and to get contracts. Yep, you are right. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, man. Gucci, we can't say Gucci wasn't street, man. He probably wasn't in the streets, but he still lived by that street code. It's a lot of, you know what I'm saying, OGs that's not in the streets that live by that street code still, you know. Just say you're not street, you know what I'm saying? Just put that shit down, you know, like if that's what we gonna do. But we can't, how can I put it? I can't say that we can't reap the benefits of the past shit, because it's kind of like people do it all the time. They do podcasts, they do prison story videos, they do that. But even those people still live by a certain set of rules. It's like, I don't know. This is where it gets tricky, chat. This is where it gets tricky. And matter of fact, I'm gonna keep it real, chat. Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. Everybody who said, it ain't, nah, fuck that. Tony, come here. Everybody who said that, because Gucci dropped the damn story talking about, yeah, it happened, they got me, but watch who end up dead this year or some shit like that. So he talking street. Gucci still talking shit. What are you talking about? Y'all talking about Gucci not in the streets no more. He just said somebody finna end up dead about this shit. He just said somebody about to end up dead about this shit. So nah, man, y'all gotta pick a side, man. Y'all gotta pick a side. Hold on. Let me find that shit. Gucci responds. Pooh. Let me find that shit, man.
Please. They got $1 million.
Here you go. Here you go. Nah, I got y'all today. I don't want to hear that shit. Don't run up out of here now. Nah, hell nah. I forgot Gucci went live talking about this shit or did that story. Yeah, did this sound like a nigga that ain't street, man? They in the streets, man. Nah, I don't do that. Come here, Tony. That's my vice president, y'all.
What's that? Please. They got $1 million. Bro. Make a nigga heart hurt, boy. They don't make these niggas happy. Happy on home. Step to me. I would love to. Okay, you see me, my wife, you can step to me. I'ma smoke you. You know what's going on with me. Yeah, I ain't gonna tell nobody, not even the police. I don't believe in none. The only thing I believe in is don't tell the police. So, it's the only thing I believe in. That's it. Keep it in the street. That's my only rule. Anything else, I don't anyway. That shit like y'all doing something.
I don't know why.
$1 million.
Hold on. I don't know why that clip keep cutting out, but y'all get the gist of that shit, man. K-Cell said you talking to the eggplants, bro. Listen, I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all, man. Listen, man. I'm telling y'all. So now y'all can't. Nah, hell nah. Now it's just entertainment. Nah, Tony. Y'all, you heard him. He said he don't deal with none of that. All he know about is not telling. So Gucci don't think he told. That's what I'm telling y'all. If Gucci could go hindsight 2020, and if that paperwork is real, Gucci wouldn't have described that outfit at all. He didn't think he was telling then. He didn't think that was telling. He on some shit like, I know who did it. I'm not going to tell the police no names. I'm going to just throw, fuck it. A nigga did it in a black shirt. He didn't think that was telling. But the internet is running with it being telling. And now he still, oh, y'all saying, oh, you said they don't hear me. I'm telling y'all, man. We can't say that the Gucci put up he ain't strip, man. He talking like that, man. Nigga say he don't give a damn, man. Just don't tell. Keep that shit in the streets, man. He with all of that, all of it, and I believe him, Chad. I believe him, especially now the internet playing with him. Gucci might have been trying to chill. Niggas just drew 2 Drakes on Gucci. Drew 2 Drakes on Gucci. Disarmed the security guard, got the wedding ring in the jury, had him sign a contract and shit, and now the internet's playing with his name, man. Gucci might be ready to fucking prove something, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Gucci might be ready to prove something, bro. Gucci fuck around, throw his life away about this shit, man. I ain't gonna lie, Chad. Y'all know Gucci, he already diagnosed schizophrenic, man. Gucci will throw his fucking life away about this shit. You said, what would I do? This what I would have done, chat, on some real shit, especially if I had the off-duty cop there and all of this shit. I just would have, I would have said I didn't sign the paperwork. Shit, we would have had to sign this shit again. I would have been like, we didn't have a witness, we didn't have a notary, we didn't have any lawyers, anything present. I didn't sign the nigga out of shit, and we would have kept it in the streets. It just been was what it was, man. It just been was what it was, man. Because the whole big thing is the wedding ring, damn, that's gone. The Rolex, damn, that's gone. The chain, damn, that's gone. But that contract, man, that contract can buy all of that shit over times 1,000. Man, Pooh Shiesty just dropped the first day out, a damn first day out with no hook, just 5 minutes of rapping. It's already at 50 million views on YouTube. That shit already charting, man. A first day out song is charting, man. Shiesty was gonna get that bread, man. I would have just kept it in the streets, man. Like Young Thug did Gunna. Like, look, man, we beefing, we into it, but your ass still owe me one more album. We would have just had it. Shiesty would have had to go put me an album together or something. It's been what it was.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Stephanie Ramos. Thank you so much for streaming with us. This is War with Iran. Tonight, less than 24 hours after President Trump's first address to Americans in the month-long war, tensions are on the rise in the Middle East. President Trump posted a video saying it shows Iran's biggest bridge, quote, tumbling down. He urged the regime to make a deal before it's too late. But Iran showing no signs of backing down, firing missiles into Israel. Tonight, Iran also claims it targeted data centers of Amazon and Oracle, two American companies in the region. Meanwhile, a new emerging threat. Yemen Houthi rebels claimed responsibility for a missile attack against Israel, calling it a joint operation with Iran. All of this, as we've learned, the UN is set to vote tomorrow on using all defensive means to secure passage in the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has blocked, causing oil prices to surge. There is a lot to get to. First, though, we begin with Rachel Scott at the White House.
Tonight, oil prices soaring, just hours after President Trump threatened to step up attacks on Iran. The U.S. and Israel carrying out an airstrike near Tehran on the tallest bridge in the Middle East. In this video circulating online, people seen standing nearby seconds before an explosion.
If I seen Diddy do what? You said I wouldn't have said nothing on Diddy. If I seen Diddy with some kids, yeah, it would have been different. But Diddy didn't get in charge with no kids. So what are you asking me? If I seen Diddy whooping Cassie in the hallway, man, I would have probably told the hotel staff, like, hey, look, man, they fucking tripping over there, man. Like, hey, chill out, Diddy, man. Leave her ass the fuck alone, man. Quit beating on this woman in here, man. Hey, they tripping over there, y'all. They over there tripping. Hey, man. Would I have got on the phone and dialed 911? Probably not, man. I would have been like, hey, man, they fucking tripping over there, man. Y'all need to go over there. You know what I mean? I done got them up off of her like that. They separated, but y'all need to go handle that. Now, if I seen Diddy with some kids, that's a different story. What else? Oh, the cocaine and shit. Excuse my language, Chad. This YouTube. The drugs and damn. The substances, that's the better word. The substances. If I seen Diddy with some substances, yeah, I would have minded my damn business too, man. It's like, shit, he got some damn shit. It is what it is, man. Shit, that's Diddy business.
President Trump warning much more to follow, saying it is time for Iran to make a deal before it is too late, and there is nothing left.
We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Iran showing no signs of backing down. An Iranian missile slamming into this neighborhood.
See, y'all trying to judge me for saying I wouldn't call the police right. That's crazy, man. When y'all probably got a cousin over there that got some shit going on, be coming to the cookout and shit, black eyes and shit, and y'all don't call the police on her, man. Y'all don't call the police on Billy Bob and shit. But you mad at me because I said I'm going to break up the fight and tell the hotel service they got some shit going on? But y'all let y'all family come all to the reunion and shit, beat the fuck up, and don't tell nobody. That's crazy.
East of Tel Aviv, seen in video posted on social media. And tonight, Iranian media reports the regime has executed Amir Hussein Hatami, seen here in a photo shared on X by Iran Human Rights. The 18-year-old sentenced to death for participating in nationwide protests against the government. Thousands have been killed in the crackdown. 5 weeks into this war, President Trump has not laid out an exit strategy or a concrete plan to reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz, which today sent oil prices spiking. The price for a gallon of gas here at home now tops $4 a gallon and could reach $4.45 in the next 2 weeks. Diesel could reach a record $6 a gallon. The extra costs already adding up quickly for truck drivers like Corey Reese in Missouri.
I mean, literally, it's crazy. These trucks, they carry 200, 300 gallons at a time.
In Virginia, Thomas Walker says he's making tough choices.
I'm having to do grocery shopping at the Dollar General because it's food or gas. So I'm splitting it up between gas and food.
But as Americans are feeling the pinch at home, the president says it's not possible for the U.S. to fund some domestic programs. In this video obtained by Business Insider.
It's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these.
Chat, somebody put an edit of this clip right here. And in 2024, when Trump was on the campaign trail, he was sure promising America first. Health, child care was coming and all of that shit, man. And then he got up here yesterday and flipped the damn script.
Individual things. They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection.
Stephanie, the president is once again challenging our allies to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But today, French President Emmanuel Macron saying the United States could deplore the fact that they're not being helped, but that
Trump just said, look, fuck them kids, fuck that free daycare, put that shit on the states. We cutting your health care budget. We cutting all of that shit, man. And we're going to build our military up 1.5 trillion. Trump is about to announce a $1.5 trillion military budget. The money has to come from somewhere. They already floating healthcare. He just came out there and said we can't help them kids in daycare and shit. We got to put 1.5 trillion into the military budget.
this is not their operation. Stephanie.
Our thanks to Rachel Scott. Tonight, officials in Iraq are still trying to locate a missing American journalist after she was reportedly kidnapped. Our Matt Rivers has that.
Kidnapped? Where the fuck was she at to get kidnapped?
Story.
The search for Shelley Kittleson intensifying this morning as the veteran American journalist remains missing. The source tells ABC News the FBI is now involved. We all saw that harrowing video circulating online showing several people forcing Kittleson into a car in Baghdad. She's seen
in Baghdad? Man, hell no. Hell no, Chad. Y'all telling me I should take pennies and go to fucking Iran? Y'all saying plug, go to Iran. Man, this lady just got kidnapped in Baghdad, man. Oh, yeah, Chad, I need 10, man. I need 10, bro. A 10, man. It was 2 million, now it's 10, man. She just got kidnapped in Baghdad, Chad. Picture being kidnapped in your neighborhood. Now, picture being kidnapped in Baghdad. You don't even know what the fuck they saying. They talking about doing all kind of crazy, vile shit. You don't even know what the fuck's going on.
struggling against them before she is forced inside. That car then driving away. Iraqi authorities have said an Iran-backed militia group is responsible for the kidnapping, but that group has yet to publicly claim responsibility. Iraqi officials say they did arrest one militia member involved in the plot, but the journalist remains missing. Kittleson is a veteran journalist here, having covered this region for years, no stranger to the perils that are sometimes involved in that. And today, the U.S. Embassy in Iraq warning all Americans to leave immediately, saying militia, quote, may intend to conduct attacks in central Baghdad in the next 24 to 48 hours to target U.S. citizens, businesses, universities, diplomatic facilities, energy infrastructure, hotels.
Chad, I ain't gonna lie, I'm black too, man. Like, they fuck around, leave me over there, bro. Like, I'm not one of those journalists that they gonna be trying to make a deal to get back. You know, like, some people, they prioritize. You know, like, some of the celebrities, when they get caught up overseas and some shit go on, like, but let's just be real, man. If Plug was kidnapped in Baghdad, bro, I don't think they would come for me, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. You'll be like, man, leave the nigga Plug over there for a little while, man. We might trade him back in about 10, 15 years.
Hotels and airports.
Joining us now in his weekly segment assessing the threat and for more analysis on the president's speech is ABC News contributor and former DHS official John Cohen. John, great to have you with us this evening. In last night's address to the nation, President Trump asserted the U.S. offensive in Iran is, quote, nearing completion, but he did not provide.
Corey World, I got a yearly Netflix subscription, 2 weeks to Subway, and a $50 gift card for you to go over there right now. Right now, Corey World, you go to the Middle East, we got you Subway for 2 weeks, a $50 gift card, and a Netflix subscription right now.
An exit strategy. When and how do you see the U.S. ending this war, and what were your major takeaways from his speech?
Well, my biggest takeaway from the speech last night and from the comments that we've been hearing from the Departments of Defense and State is that the U.S. is fighting a conventional war and Iran is fighting an asymmetric or hybrid war. And what I mean by that is that the United States, using its Air Force and Navy and missiles, are targeting military sites.
Look, Corey, where Tony said he matching the Subway. So you got a month worth of Subway. You get a $50 gift card, a month worth of Subway, and a yearly Netflix subscription. You said you would do it $100,000. Hey, listen, our budget's not that big over here right now, man. I started where I could, man. This is what the fuck we can afford right now. A month worth of Subway, a Netflix subscription for a year, and a $50 gift card, man. If we had 100,000, we would have been offering that shit. We just ain't got it right now, Chad.
The command and control capabilities of Iran, their ability to fire missiles, their ability to manufacture missiles. And by contrast, Iran is using economic warfare to disrupt the global economy. They're using cyber attacks, information operations, physical attacks, and disruptive techniques to target countries in the region, to target Israel, to target locations in Europe, and even the United States. So the exit strategy of this is complicated because on the one hand, we may meet.
You said you want us to go to Iraq and do what? I don't want y'all to go to Iraq. Y'all was telling me to go. I want everybody to stay at home. Hell, stay safe, man. Hell, to raise your kids. I don't want nobody to go over there. But if you do so choose to go over there, I just want you to survive. Come home. Shit.
Our objectives from a conventional warfare perspective, but have not degraded Iran's ability to continue to engage in economic and hybrid warfare.
John, the president also said military operations would intensify over the next 2 to 3 weeks. What would be the main target, and what is the end goal for this new offensive?
Yeah, this is a really important issue because in some of his commentary, he suggested he would begin targeting parts of Iran's critical infrastructure, its electrical grid, its desalination capabilities, and other parts of the infrastructure that the population depends on to live their lives day to day. Remember, Iran usually attacks those things that have been of theirs that have been attacked. And if we expand our focus militarily to targeting their critical infrastructure, we should anticipate that they will use cyber, physical attacks, and other techniques to target those of other countries in the region and even here in the United States.
Originally, President Trump said one of his goals was to destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities. And last night he said this war is an investment in the future of our children and grandchildren's future. What are your thoughts? Is this war creating a safer world for our future generations?
Well, look, Iran's been a threat for 47 plus years, and there's a reason why during those 47 years, other presidents have not elected to go full-blown warfare with Iran. The answer to your question depends on what happens when we cease operations. Will a group of IRGC or military personnel take over and create a more hardline government? Will Iran become a failed state? Will Iran continue its attacks on the petrochemical industry and other targets within the region, destabilizing?
Surely, as of now, they're saying that we have a lot of soldiers injured. I don't believe they've increased the death toll yet, but Iran is claiming that the numbers here that we're getting are skewed. So, Chad, I don't know, man. I don't know.
The region, will we see the region fall into sectarian or religious-based violence or protests in other countries? Will Iran expand its efforts to engage in the physical attacks that they're conducting in Europe right now and bring those attacks to the United States? So it all depends. Ending our military operations is only one part of the puzzle. Making sure that Iran can't continue to attack the global economy and making sure that the region does not destabilize is as critical as ending our military operations.
Absolutely. It's a multi-step process and a complex one. John, as you know, the impact of the war is hitting Americans at the gas pump and the grocery stores. The president's approval ratings have also hit a new low. Did the president justify this war to the American public in his speech last night? And should this speech have been given at the start of the war?
Yeah, I mean, there's a basic rule in government that if you're going to engage in extensive military or law enforcement or security-related operations, you explain to the public what the problem is you're trying to solve, what's the threat, what are you doing and why are you doing it, and what you need from them. We didn't get a lot of that from the administration. And to me, it's, I have to be candid, it's really unclear to me what the sense of urgency was to go in and begin these military operations today.
Hey, chat, everyone double tap the screen, shut the live out. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Double tap the screen or go to the top, hit the like button. Let's get to 300 likes.
John, thank you very much for your time and your insights. Appreciate
What's
it.
up,
Coming
Laurie?
up, there are fears history is about to repeat itself. Tonight, the grave concerns of a Gaza-style offensive. Hear from a top Lebanese official who says...
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, chat. They're allegedly going around in Lebanon telling the Christians to not hide the... Is it... Muslims? Yeah, I think the Christians aren't supposed to be hiding somebody over there. I have to do my research, chat. Hold on. Let me see. Let me play this.
Israel is carrying out an invasion and occupation there.
At the end of the day, I think most people, and I can't speak for every senator, there are probably some senators who share the president's view, but by and large, most senators believe that NATO plays an incredibly important role in securing and keeping safe and free the Western Alliance, which it's been doing since the end of World War II.
Welcome back. That Senate Majority Leader John Thune seeming to break with President Trump today. The Republican senator expressed the Senate's continued support for a NATO.
Here you go, chat. It's right here. It says, Israel's message to broad swath of Lebanon. Shiites must go. Israel has issued sweeping evacuation warnings, pressed some Christian and Druze leaders to expel Shiite Muslims from southern towns, leaders said. This article is by Christina Goldbaum. She covers Lebanon. And in her article, it says, in private calls, local leaders across southern Lebanon, Israeli military officials have assured several Christian and Druze communities that they could remain in evacuation zone. They have pressed them, however, to force out any Lebanese from neighboring Shiite Muslim communities who have sought refuge among them as Israeli bombardment flattened Shiite towns, according to local Christian, Druze, and Shiite leaders who spoke to the New York Times. The Shiites make up majority of southern Lebanon. So yeah, they're saying that they're going, they should force out their any Lebanese from neighboring Shiite communities, man. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy.
Alliance, despite the president's threat to pull the U.S. out of NATO. ABC News Live first anchor Diane Macedo asked a former U.S. ambassador to NATO about this.
President Trump is repeating calls for NATO allies to help patrol the Strait of Hormuz. Do you expect any allies to change their posture on that?
Well, there may be some individual allies who do this on a national basis. Largely, I think, because of the economic pressure on the global energy prices and so forth. But I certainly don't see NATO as an alliance doing this, and that's largely because the vote at NATO to launch such an alliance operation would need to be full consensus. So today, that would be a vote of 32-0, and I don't think that's in the cards.
The president also says he's considering pulling out of NATO, calling the alliance a paper tiger. What's your response to that?
Well, first of all, in legal terms, formally withdrawing from the alliance would require the president to go back to the Congress. It's now in law that the Congress gets...
Chat, should America leave NATO? Yes or no in the chat. Or leave or stay. We're going to do leave or stay in the chat. Should America leave or stay in NATO? Everyone hit the like button. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal and 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Be sure to subscribe to the channel.
It's a vote on departing NATO. So I don't think that's very likely because congressional support for NATO still remains strong. However, in practical terms, the president can do, and maybe already has done, quite severe damage to the alliance because he's attacked the confidence and the credibility of the American commitment to the alliance.
What's up, Bonita?
And that American commitment and American leadership is the glue that's held NATO together for over 7 decades. So he's already done some damage.
What impact would the U.S. pulling out of NATO have, and what are the pros and cons there?
Well, the immediate impact is that the United States provides something like 70% of NATO's overall military capability. So the credibility of the alliance as it tries to deter Russian aggression and tries to secure the economic well-being of Western Europe would be severely damaged. In practical terms, the president could take steps like removing American civilians.
So if we do leave NATO, then that's gonna go back to the Dunroe Doctrine. That's gonna go back to what P. Hegseth said 2 days ago when he was talking about the Greater North. He was talking about the Greater North America, talking about Greenland all the way down to all of North America, to the bottom of Mexico, all the way up to the top of Greenland and Alaska, having all of that under control, the Greater North. So if we leave NATO, we'll be withdrawn from across the pond in Europe, and we'll be going, from Greenland all the way down to the bottom of Mexico, over to Alaska.
And military staff officers inside the NATO headquarters. He could withdraw American troops based in Europe. He could end American participation in NATO exercises, intelligence sharing, and so forth. So there are a number of steps that he could take that would have a practical and almost immediate impact on the alliance.
Trump says the U.S. is going to hit Iran extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. He's threatening to hit their energy infrastructure if they don't make a deal. How do you see that playing out?
Well, typically, in international
What's up, Marvin?
terms,
What's up, Drip?
striking civilian infrastructure in an effort to pressure civilian populations could rise to the level of a war crime. I'm not a lawyer, so I won't opine on that. But I do think the president, while making the case that our military objectives have largely been achieved, also promised last night in his speech to revisit with additional military strikes if necessary. And I think there are 2 looming issues. One is, as you reported just earlier in this broadcast, what about the
So right, correct. You said no congressional approval, so that's why Trump has been alluding to this war wrapping up in 3 weeks. I believe he can only be over there it can only be going on for 60 days until they need congressional approval. After the 60 days is up, congressional approval will be needed. So I believe that's why they keep giving us this timeline that they're giving us.
1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium? And then second of all, what about the status of the Strait of Hormuz? So attaining our military objectives doesn't really address either one of those looming problems.
Our thanks to Diane for that interview. Turning now to Lebanon, where more than 1,300 people have been killed since the start of the war. Tonight, there's growing fear of a Gaza-style offensive by Israeli defense forces who plan to seize more land. Our Selena Wang spoke to a top Lebanese official.
Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz saying the IDF plans to have security control over the entire region up to the Litani River. Katz is also saying more than 600,000 residents.
I see you keep saying it's 90 days. I just looked it up. It says the War Powers Act is 60 days plus a 30-day withdrawal period. So at that 60 days, if it's not at that 60 days, the withdrawal period will start. You'll be into that 30-day withdrawal period.
Residents of southern Lebanon who've already fled north won't be allowed to return to their homes until the security of northern Israel is ensured. Katz saying all houses and villages near the border in Lebanon will be demolished. Lebanese minister.
Chad, do you think they'll have the straight back to 100% before the 60-day period is up, Chad? Do you think they will have the Strait opened up? Put open or closed. Do you think the Strait will be open or closed in the next 3 weeks? Because that's when the 60-day period is up. Drip, to answer your question, I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because Iran has no reason to have it all the way open. And Trump's already making concessions saying that, hey, we don't need it anyway. The longer this strait is closed, the more energy dependent Europe becomes on us. The more energy dependent a lot of these other countries become on our part of the world.
Minister of Information Paul Morkos joins me now from Beirut with more. So now over 1 million people have been displaced, a fifth of your entire population, and Israel is explicitly citing Gaza as its model for what comes next. So what does this mean for the people of Lebanon? And are you afraid your country is going to face the same fate as Gaza?
First, thank you, Selena, and thank you for having me. Yes, indeed, it's not only forcing the population to leave, but also demolishing their homes. So Gaza is a model that the Israelis want to make again in the south. So what the Israeli defense minister is describing is an invasion and occupation, as well as de facto it's a cleansing of southern Lebanon. The Israeli steps are clear to do what they say is necessary to protect their civilians.
I see what y'all saying. They're just going to go into Russia's hands. We have to remember right now, Zelensky is sending drone swarms at all of Russia's energy infrastructure. They're bombing the hell out of those oil refineries over there in Russia right now. Zelensky's goal is to take that shit offline. He said that we can have a ceasefire on energy if Putin wants to have a ceasefire on energy. But right now, Zelensky's sending drone swarms. They're saying Zelensky's sending like 400 drones, man. 400 drones, man.
But they are willing also to destroy the civilian lives on the other side. We saw it in Gaza, and we're seeing again in Lebanon. The results are catastrophic. We have like 1,345 civilian martyrs. We have more than 4,000 civilian injuries. Amongst them, there are many children, 50 martyrs amongst children, and 185 injuries.
And Paul, Lebanon has also banned Hezbollah's military operations, but Hezbollah is still firing rockets. Israel is still advancing. So what can Lebanon actually do to stop this?
Indeed, the Lebanese army was deploying in the south of Lebanon. They needed a lot of assistance and support from the.
There are also reports that Zelensky is doing this thing called a drone wall, and they're saying the Russians are having a really big problem with these drone walls. Like they can't get through anything that enters their kill zone. It's over with. They're saying these drone walls that Zelensky and the Ukrainians have mastered technique called the drone wall. I don't know, Chad. I got to do a little more research on it. Who knows about the drone wall?
The international community. This was a little bit late, of course, and the attacks of the Israeli forces constituted an obstacle that, made the deployment more difficult. And therefore, now we are witnessing a weakness, more weakness towards the Lebanese state, instead of bringing support to it. And in addition, Lebanese President General Joseph Aoun has.
Zelensky came out popping it on Iran today as well, saying that Iran has been supplying Russia with those drones. What was that drone? I forgot the name of it. It starts with an S. The one that blew up the $700 million aircraft that the United States had. Zelensky's saying that Iran is sending those drones to Russia, and after they got caught, it was only supposed to be one shipment. Iran was like, okay, we won't send them anymore. And Zelensky's saying that, yeah, they aligned. They're still sending Russia these Iranian drones.
Has submitted a great initiative, a very advanced and brave and explicit one, that is start negotiations under the international community observation. But instead,
Tanu says the drone wall is unmanned planes with missiles on them. Okay, I'm gonna look into that, chat. He's saying that it's unmanned plane with missiles on them. Drip says wait till the tier 2 are dropped. I don't know, Drip. I can't even imagine tier 2. I have seen the ground drones. I've seen the ground drones, and they're really effective, chat. I'm not gonna lie. The ground drones are looking kind of crazy with the 50 cals on them, looking kind of crazy.
instead of having a sort of agreement for that with Israel, instead of that, there has been more attacks against Lebanon. So things are deteriorating, and the humanitarian situation is worse than ever. The UNICEF has witnessed this, the UNHCR, and other organizations as well.
And Paul, is your government in direct talks with Israel or the United States right now? And would Lebanon accept a ceasefire that leaves Israeli forces occupying southern Lebanese territory?
We are into close discussions with the United States and other friends amongst the world.
So Iran has said that they don't want a ceasefire. They want to end all the war and all conflicts in the region. So Iran is saying any deal to end this war must include Lebanon. Lebanon. It must include Lebanon.
But there has been no statement by Israel to accept the Lebanese initiative so far. What we're doing is diplomatic efforts in order to make this Lebanese presidential initiative successful.
Our thanks to Selena for that interview. Coming up, let's talk summer travel and the ways you can save with the points guy, because new numbers are in on rising airfare.
That's enough of that, chat. Let's get into something else in the show. We covered Iran. We covered that. I told y'all the Cuban government. All right, this guy right here spoke. This guy right here spoke about the war. He speaking about what's going on in Iran. It's been going viral. I believe he was at some university speaking.
Thank you for inviting me. I have just finished with the cartoonist Joe Sacco. I hope you know. Balaks, Arabs, and Turkomans, along with religious minorities such as Sunnis, Christians, Baha'i, Zoroastrians, and Jews. The shattering of Iran into antagonistic ethnic and religious enclaves would leave Israel as the dominant power in the region, giving it the ability to, if not occupy.
Thank you, Lover of the Light. Comes through with the $20 super chat. Thank you, Lover of Light, for supporting the channel.
Its neighbors, then directly control and subjugate them through proxies, part of a long-held desire for greater Israel. It would also make it possible for foreign states to control Iranian gas reserves, the second largest in the world, and its oil reserves, 12% of the global total. Israel's crusade against the Palestinians, the Lebanese, and now the Iranians is justified by the extermination of 6 million Jews during the Holocaust. But it is not lost on the global South, especially Palestinians, that nearly all Holocaust scholars have refused to condemn the genocide in Gaza. Not one of the institutions dedicated to researching and commemorating the Holocaust have drawn the obvious historical parallels or decried the mass slaughter. Holocaust scholars, with a handful of exceptions, have exposed their true purpose, which is not to examine the dark side of human.
This is the thing, Mike. You said, how can any war go better than this? It can't. Why the fuck are we in a war? Did we forget no new wars? Did we what happened to the fucking Nobel Peace Prize and shit? What happened to all of those Nobel Peace Prize, no new wars, we're ending wars and shit? What do you mean? How could a war go better than it? By not happening? Fuck.
Nature and the frightening propensity we all have to commit evil, but to sanctify Jews as eternal victims and absolve the ethno-nationalist state of Israel of its crimes of settler colonialism, apartheid, and genocide. The hijacking of the Holocaust, the failure to defend Palestinian victims because they are Palestinian, has imploded the moral authority of Holocaust scholars and Holocaust memorials. They have been exposed as vehicles not to prevent genocide, but to perpetuate it, not to explore the past, but manipulate the present. Any tepid recognition that the Holocaust may not be the exclusive property of Israel and its Zionist supporters is swiftly shut down. The Holocaust Museum in Los Angeles deleted an Instagram post that read, "Never again" can't only mean never again for Jews, after a backlash.
Yeah, I'm with you right there, lover of light. I truly believe Trump when he said no new wars, chat. That's one thing that I can say that I fell for it, man. I truly believed no new wars, man. Chat, if you believed in the no new wars, chat, put believed in the chat. If you did not believe in the no new wars, put didn't.
In the hands of Zionists, never again means precisely that. Never again, only for Jews.
BB Concert said, what are my pronouns? Get the fuck out. I don't have any pronouns, man. I was born a man, gonna die, man. What the fuck wrong with you, man? Get the fuck out.
Amis Cesar, in Discourse on Colonialism, which if you haven't read it, you should read it, writes that Hitler seemed exceptionally cruel, only because he presided over, quote, the humiliation of the white man, applying to Europe the colonialist procedures which until then had been reserved exclusively for the Arabs of Algeria, the quote-unquote coolies of India, and the blacks of Africa. The near annihilation of Tasmania's Aboriginal population, the German slaughter of the Herero and Namakwa, the Armenian genocide, the Bengal famine of 1943, then British Prime Minister Winston Churchill referred to Hindus as, quote, a beastly people with a beastly religion, along with the dropping of nuclear bombs on civilian targets in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, illustrates something fundamental about Western civilization. Genocide is not an anomaly. It is coded within our DNA. In America, the poet Langston Hughes said, Negroes do not have to be told what fascism is in action. We know. Its theories of Nordic supremacy and economic suppression have long been realities to us. The Nazis, when they formulated the Nuremberg laws, modeled them on law.
You said he didn't say he wouldn't protect the United States. What the fuck does that have to do with what's going on, man? The fuck does that have to do with what's going on, man? Let's be honest here, man. Let's be honest here, man. I do this shit every night, man. We got Kim Jong-un over there testing missiles, trying to make sure they hit the United States, man. Shouldn't we be knocking on his fucking door? Shouldn't we be knocking on his door, chat? What else did y'all say? Hold on. Oh, Drip, you said, do I think the Democrats will fuck this up? Yes, hopefully. Hopefully, man. Hopefully they fuck it up, man, honestly. Let's be real here. Because if shit stays on par and on plan, chat, we're screwed. Man, we need somebody to come in here and fuck it up, chat. I'm just going to be all the way in. We need somebody to throw a wrench in the game right now, man. Reset, reevaluate, man. We need somebody to come through so we can fucking reevaluate what's going on around here. So hopefully, Drip, they get in and they fuck it up. and we can reevaluate. Slow this motherfucker down. It's too much accelerationism and accelerationist shit going on. I'm tired of this accelerationist shit, man. Slow the fuck down. So hopefully somebody comes in and fucks it up so we can slow this shit down and reevaluate, man. Get some damn safeguards.
Laws designed to disenfranchise blacks. America's refusal to grant
Yeah, Drip, that's what I mean. You mean fuck up the bag. That's exactly what I mean. Yes. Yes, they gonna get in and fuck up the bag and we're gonna have to reevaluate. That's what needs to go on, man. Because if they come in full stride, what are they gonna do? They're just gonna usurp the movement. They're gonna usurp whatever's going on and turn it into whatever the fuck they want to go on, man. We damn near need some shit to be reevaluated, man. We need back and forths. We need shit to get fucked up, man. The rollout is here. We're sold out to the technocrats. We're sold out to the bankers, man. And it's happening fast. We've been knowing that we were sold out, but we didn't know the shit was gonna happen this fast. We didn't. I didn't. And maybe somebody out there did. I didn't know it was gonna happen this fast, Chad. Not this fucking fast.
citizenship to Native Americans and Filipinos, although they lived in the U.S. and U.S. territories, was emulated by the German fascists who stripped citizenship from Jews. American anti-miscegenation laws, which criminalized interracial marriage, were the impetus to outlaw marriages between German Jews and Aryans. American jurisprudence.
Like, I'm at this point, chat, I'm just so tired of the accelerationists, bro. Like, I'm sick. I'm tired. I'm angry of the accelerationists in this world and in this country, chat. Like, I don't know, chat. I've never been a tree hugger in my life. I might fucking turn into a tree hugger, bro. Like, it's that bad, chat. It's that bad. It's that bad, bro.
Classified anyone with 1% of black ancestry, the so-called one-drop rule, as black. The Nazis, ironically, showing more flexibility, classified anyone with 3 or more Jewish grandparents as Jewish. The millions of indigenous victims of colonial projects in countries such as Mexico, China, India, Australia, the Congo, and Vietnam, for this reason, are deaf to the fatuous claims by Zionists that their victimhood is unique. They too suffered Holocausts, but these Holocausts remain minimized or unacknowledged by their Western perpetrators. Israel embodies the ethno-nationalist state, our own Christian fascists.
This is the thing. Bro, answer the question. What do you do when Iran goes nuclear? The same fucking thing we're doing since North Korea's went nuclear, right? The same thing, man. Same thing. It's just that these are Muslims. You know, best believe, man, if Kim Jong-un and them started praying to the east and washing their hands and saying that they were Muslims over there, motherfuckers would be taking that shit a lot more serious. Y'all don't remember how serious they used to take Kim Jong-un and his nuclear ambitions? Where the fuck did that go? Y'all just forgot about it, right? Y'all just forgot about it. All he gives a fuck about this guy over here smoking big-ass cigars, shooting rockets in his land, talking about we're trying to make it to where it can reach the United States. Everybody forgot about this guy. Everybody forgot about him. Nobody gives a fuck. It's just all about Iran. Because they're Muslim. Let's be honest, chat. It's because they're Muslim. If y'all not gonna say it, I'ma say it.
And the far right dream of creating for themselves. One that rejects political and cultural pluralism, as well as legal, diplomatic, and ethical norms. Israel is admired by the far right because it has turned its back on humanitarian law. and uses indiscriminate lethal force to cleanse its society of those condemned as human contaminants. It was this distortion of the Holocaust that troubled Primo Levi, who was imprisoned in Auschwitz from 1944 to 1945 and who wrote Survival in Auschwitz. Levi was a fierce critic of the apartheid state of Israel and its treatment of Palestinians. He saw the Shoah as, quote, an inexhaustible source of evil that is perpetuated as hatred in the survivors and springs up in 1,000 ways against the very will of all, as a thirst for revenge, as moral breakdown,
What's up,
as negation, as weariness, as resignation. Levy deplored the Manichaeism of those who shun nuance and complexity. He condemned those who reduce the river of human events to conflicts and conflicts to duels, us and them. He warned that the network of human relationships inside the concentration camps was not simple. It could not be reduced to 2 blocks, victims and perpetrators. The enemy, he knew, was outside, but also inside. Mordecai Chaim Rumkowski, known as King Chaim, ruled in the Lodz ghetto in Poland on behalf of the Nazi occupiers. The ghetto became a slave labor camp that enriched Rumkowski and his Nazi masters. Rumkowski deported opponents to death camps. He raped and molested girls and women. He demanded unquestioned obedience. He embodied the evil of his oppressors.
Chat, everyone hit the like button, man. Let's get the 350 likes right quick, man. We trying to hit 500 likes tonight. Let's get to it. Everybody double tap the screen, share the live out, chat. Double tap the screen, share the live out.
For Levy, he was an example of what many of us, under similar circumstances, are capable of becoming. We are all mirrored in Rumkowski. His ambiguity is ours. It is our second nature, we hybrids, molded from clay and spirit, Levy wrote in The Drowned and the Saved. His fever is ours, the fever of our Western civilization that descends into hell with trumpets and drums, and its miserable adornments are the distorting image of our symbols of social prestige. Like Rumkowski in German Southwest Africa, now Namibia. Such magic, the Israeli historian and genocide scholar Roz Siegel writes, legitimizes racism against Palestinians at the very moment that Israel perpetrates genocide against them. The idea of Holocaust uniqueness thus reproduces, rather than challenges, the exclusionary nationalism and subtler colonialism that led to the Holocaust. Professor Siegel, the director of the program in Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Stockton University in New Jersey, wrote an article about the war on Gaza on October 13th, 2023, titled, A Textbook Case of Genocide. This denunciation...
All right, chat. That's enough of that, man. All right, chat. That's enough of that, man. What else we got? Oh, we got Erica Kirk sat down with Caroline Levit. Let's see what Erica Kirk and Caroline had to say, man. Let's see what Erica and Caroline had to say.
Bringing all these different treats. Every night he'd come home from work, and that's how I was very fat and happy when I was pregnant, and you look amazing.
That's what husbands are for during pregnancy, and there has been no shortage of ice cream in our house either, so
we live vicariously through it all. So share with us how you met Charlie. I love hearing these stories of how people, their favorite memory or how they met him or what they carry with them of Charlie.
Yeah. So I was first introduced to Charlie, as you know, during my congressional campaign in 2022. I ran for Congress up in New Hampshire, which is my home state. We have some Granite Staters. Hi, guys. The first in the nation primary state. That's how I was introduced to politics. I came to D.C. I worked in President Trump's White House in the first term, started as an intern, and then unfortunately, Joe Biden was installed as President of the United States. So I had to choose a different job. And I went over to Capitol Hill, and I was a communications director for former Congresswoman, soon to be former Elise Stefanik. And she actually really encouraged
What's up,
me
Ms.
to run
Bonds?
for office. So I said, heck yeah, let's do it. And I launched my congressional campaign. And Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA were the only organization in the political world that supported me. The entire establishment in this city were with my opponent in the primary, but I think Charlie loved that I was a young person who was stepping up to the plate, and he and Tyler reached out, flew me out to Arizona, met them at the headquarters, and then they said, we're on board fully, and they truly were throughout the entire primary. We met at the investor retreat in Arizona. They introduced me to all of these MAGA Patriot donors who contributed to my campaign. And I'll never forget it because Charlie gave me his word that he would support me, and he did all the way through, not just through that congressional run in the primary, and then in the general election when I did lose to the Democrat candidate, but God closed that door but opened another, which led me now to the White House podium, and Charlie was one of the first people the night that President Trump appointed me to this role that I'm in to congratulate me and say how proud he was. So I'll never forget that, and he's amazing.
How many of you that are students want to run for office one day? By a raise of hands.
Some hands. Don't be shy. We need more.
Yes. So my question is for these individuals and even others too, what is the process of that? Like, do you find an
Chat, do y'all think Caroline would be a good governor? Do y'all think Caroline would be a good governor of New Hampshire? We'll say New Hampshire. That's where she's from. Do you all think Caroline would be a good governor for New Hampshire, chat? We're 12 subscribers away from the next sub goal, chat. 25 likes away from the next like goal. Double tap that screen, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, man.
application? Do you, what was the stepping stone for you for all of it? I just want bare bone basics starting from day one and onward.
Yeah. It's not an easy process. It's building a campaign is like building a business. You really have to start from the ground up. I was grateful to have worked for a congresswoman who was able to give me some guidance and sort of point me in the right direction. But you have to hire staff. You have to really depend on volunteers. And really, the very first campaign event that I did in New Hampshire, my dad brought me to it. He was my driver and my body man and my campaign manager that day. And we just showed up to a local Republican committee event in New Hampshire, and I walked in and said, hey, I'm Caroline Levit. I was born and raised here. I worked in the Trump White House. I'm back home. I want to run for Congress. And everybody looked at me like I was crazy. But one event led to the next. And that's what running for office really is. That's what public service really is. It's gritty, hard work. Our campaign team knocked on more than 70,000 doors in that race, just in the primary alone, all across New Hampshire, all across the district, just earning one vote at a time. You have to be gritty and just put together a team, and I was grateful to have a lot of support from everyday patriots in New Hampshire who joined the fight with us, and then support from people like Charlie at the national level that really helped amplify the campaign, and it sort of just snowballed into...
All right, chat. If you had to vote right now, man, if you had to vote right now for governor, would you vote for Caroline Levit or AOC, man? Right now, for governor of your state, would you vote for Caroline or AOC right now?
To this amazing experience, which again, didn't fully work out. I'm obviously not a member of Congress now, but I think this job is frankly a lot more fun. So
I totally agree. So what was the process like to be the White House press secretary? Because I remember when Charlie was in Palm Beach when they were all putting together the admin. He loved it because it was as if his moment to be a football coach of just quarterbacking who's going to go where in the admin. So what was the process like for you? Did you have people calling you? Did you have people throwing your name into the mix? And then did you just wake up one day and see a news article about it? What was the process?
So there really wasn't a process. So I worked as the national press secretary on the president's campaign. And I fell into that role after the loss of my congressional race. So that's a piece of advice I would give to the young people here. When a door closes, don't worry, because a new one is opening and it's going to lead you to exactly where you need to be. So just take advantage of every opportunity in the moment and know that God has a plan and he's going to forge your steps ahead and get you to where you want to go. Thank you. It's just the truth. And so I was running for Congress, lost the race, got a call from a...
All right, chat. Let's say it's a primary right now. Let's say it's a primary right up here right now, chat. Everybody hit the like button, man. We haven't hit that 25 likes, man. Come on, chat. We having fun tonight, chat. Okay, Caroline or Erica Kirk? If you had to vote, they were both running for governor right now on the ticket, man. Now, that's the only two choices, man, and you cannot choose not vote. You can't choose not vote. You vote for Caroline or Erica Kirk, man. Caroline or Erica Kirk, chat.
Friend who was working for President Trump's campaign that he had just launched in November 2022 and said, hey, you know, the super PAC for President Trump, MAGA Inc., is looking for a spokeswoman. Do you want to come join? And I said, heck yeah. So I joined the super PAC as his spokeswoman, and then months later, when the campaign really started to rev up, Susie Wiles called and offered me the job as the campaign spokesperson, which I took willingly and wholeheartedly. She's my boss to this day, and she is amazing. And so I served with the president throughout the whole campaign, all of the trials, literally and figuratively speaking, the trials in courtrooms and rallies all around the country. And then he won the election, as you know well, Erica, and your husband played a huge role in that. And so after we won and we knew we were going to the White House, I thought, I hope I'll get a job. I don't know if I will. You know, the president...
Don't be a party pooper, how to live with a smile. Don't be a party pooper. We just running scenarios over here, man. I'm trying to see where your mind is, chat.
Made a couple funny comments to me on the campaign, like, if we win, you're coming with me, right? And I said, of course I will, sir. And then about a week after the election, we were on the phone about something.
All right, chat, who do y'all think is the better liar? Is the better liar out of Caroline and Erica Kirk? Not who lies more. Who do you think lies better? Who do you think lies better?
The president and me just chit-chatting. And it was the most anticlimactic thing ever. He goes, oh, by the way, you know you're going to be the White House press secretary, right? And I said, oh, okay. And he said, so about that other thing, what do you think about that? What should we do? What should we say? And that was it. That's how I got the job. So there was no pomp and circumstance. It just, he just said it, and here we are. True Donald Trump fashion.
What do you feel is the best thing?
Hold on. Willie says, you're the problem, scumbag. Willie, who the fuck are you talking to, Willie?
About working for the Trump administration and the White House currently?
There's so many things I love about this job. For me, working with the press, as we like to call it, the fake news media, and they really are the fake news media. I see some cameras back there. I don't know if we welcomed anyone from the fake news. I'd be happy to take.
Trying to tell you, chat, we might have us one. Chat. I'm trying to check his temperature, man. Trying to check his temperature, chat.
Take their questions if we did. But for me, the best part of the job is working for a president who is so transparent. Like, what you guys hear from President Trump and see from him on social media and on TV is exactly what we hear and see from him behind the scenes. Let me just assure you.
He's very real.
He is very real. He keeps
classify
it real.
what it do.
Yesterday,
I saw it yesterday on full display. Yes.
Like, what you see is what you get. He is so authentic. Which for me as his spokesperson.
Oh shit, Chad, I had a video. This lady was talking about the White House ballroom and how they're doing the underground bunker, whatever they're doing there. And they said that there's a guest house, the presidential guest house. I forgot what president was it. Truman, one of those presidents stayed in it while the White House was getting fully gutted. But she's saying that they're gonna end up doing some renovations over there as well, and they're gonna blame the moisture so they can go down there and renovate that as well. She said that if that's completed, it'll be a full circle where all of those buildings are connected underground. It was pretty intriguing, but I didn't save the clip. I'll have to find it for you.
Makes my job easy, because when I walk in there and I say, sir, this story is coming out. Truth, what do you want me to say? He just lays it on the table. There's no guessing, there's no questioning, there's no spin. It's just, it is what it is with him. And so as his spokeswoman, I'm very grateful.
Yeah, I touched on the White House part, but I didn't know about the building across the street and how unless the building across the street is involved, it wouldn't make the full circle. The only thing that makes it the full circle is the guest house across the street. That's the part I didn't know.
For that, because I saw my predecessor in this role have a bit of a hard time, I think. And I think it's because she wasn't able to communicate with her boss in a very open and transparent way. And so the president's accessibility and transparency, not just to me and the rest of the West Wing staff, but to you, the American people, and to the news media.
Oh yeah, chat. After this, we're gonna watch that Andrew Wilson, Coach Greg debate. I never got to watch it with y'all, and I always had it on Tuck on standby. It's a viral debate. They were talking about, I guess, black culture, Christian marriage. They were talking about relationships, marriage, black culture, and shit. So we're gonna watch that debate after this and just hang out.
Media is so refreshing, and everything he says is exactly how he feels. There's no guessing, and he's honest and authentic about how he believes, and it makes my job much easier. And that's one of the things I love most about the job. Also, we have never know what you're going to get when you walk into the White House these days. Every day is an adventure, for sure.
Is there anything that keeps you up at night with this job?
The fact that my boss is up all night and probably going to call at any hour.
Because he sleeps very, very little.
Very little.
Yeah.
Like,
Your ass should be up at night worried about going to jail. Both y'all ass, man, should be up worried about if you going to jail, man, wondering when them feds on the way. That your ass should be up worrying about when your ass going to jail. I'm gonna be honest.
maybe 4 hours a night. It's crazy. I'm a third his age and I can't keep up. I tell him that all the time. I think probably what keeps me up at night is I have a tendency not to sleep as well in this job because there's just so much going on all the time. Breaking news, you never know what you're going to get when you wake up, whether it's the middle of the night or first thing in the morning. And I have...
All right, Drip, have a good night. Appreciate you for rocking with us, Drip.
I have all of the fake news media apps on my phone, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, and I'll make the mistake of being awake at 3 a.m. and reading through some of the stories, and then I just... my brain's going.
Awake.
Yeah,
you're awake. Your adrenaline's
going. I can't
going.
go back. Yeah, no, my adrenaline's going, and my team knows. If you ask anyone who works for me, I see my assistant in the front row. She's smirking because they'll wake up to the group chat, and I send texts between the hours of like 2 and 4 a.m. every night, and I'm like, we need to call this reporter in the morning. This is not true. We need to correct this. Put this statement in this story. So. It's just constant. It's a 24/7 news cycle we live in, and you know we're on the front lines of that at the White House every day.
Do you feel that's the most challenging aspect of your job?
Chat, do y'all think Kash Patel survives the week? Do y'all think Kash Patel will keep his job for the remainder of the week, chat? Do y'all think Kash Patel will be here on next week, chat? Hit the like button, chat. We're 25 likes away from 400. Let's get the 400 likes right quick.
Job is just trying to keep up with the news cycle at times.
5 minutes. For sure. It's never ending. You know, after this event, I'll go look at my phone and probably have 40 texts, 10 missed calls, all on different topics that I'll have to go sort through and figure out and call Secretary Rubio or call Secretary Hegseth and try to get to the bottom of what's about to be reported and make sure that it's factual. So it's a never-ending process and challenge that we have with the media today, and it's just the digital age that we live in. It's the way that it is.
Is there anything that you feel needs to be either better explained or because
Drip, you think Hegseth might be gone? They said he fired 12 officials today, or asked 12 officials to step down, including the top-ranking military officer. You think Hegseth's gonna clean house and then get fired? You think Hegseth is here just to fucking clean house and then they're gonna let him go? Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
here's the thing is that we are not in all of the meetings. We're not in all of the briefing sessions. We don't really fully see as the average American what is going on behind the scenes in closed doors. So we only hear what the media tells us. Is there anything that students or just average American citizen should look at differently or pay attention to differently or even shift?
Yes, they said that Hegseth fired the head of army during wartime. They're also alleging that up to 12 top military officials may have resigned or stepped down on today. But this is coming during the middle of wartime. Also, the head of the DOJ just got replaced. So it's something going on, chat. It's something going on, chat. It really is. And also we had that senator come out and she said, I was already not supporting the war in Iran, but let me be clear after this meeting I just had, I do not support boots on the ground. That's what I think is getting ready to be. And honestly, I think they may be thinking like, fuck all that congressional approval. Because Hegseth just came out and said that he's going to let certain people, trusted individuals, I guess, carry weapons on base. All the access, all the places where you couldn't carry, you'll be able to carry now if you're trusted. I don't know what the trusted process is. We just had the head of the military be asked to resign. A lot of people may be on edge, and now they lift the gun restriction. I don't know, Chad. It might be ready for some shit to go on. I'm just gonna be honest. It might be some shit going on.
Their perspective on something a little bit more differently.
Well, you said something, Erica, that's really important, which is everyday Americans, you do depend on the news sources that you read to give you the information that you need to make decisions in your life. Economic news, political news, obviously it informs.
Yeah, I seen that about the black and the women officers not getting promoted, or any officer that has that they think have loyalty to the Biden administration. They're saying that any loyalty to the Biden administration, if you're black or if you're a female. They also came out, somebody said, one of the officers said reporters said that Trump doesn't want to stand next to black females. He doesn't want to stand next to black female military officers.
Informs the electorate, it informs how people vote. And we have, unfortunately, an overwhelmingly biased and liberal media in this country. If you look at, I love the Media Busters organization. They do surveys week to week about the coverage on the cable channels in this country and how they're approaching their stories and their coverage of President Trump. And it is always in the 90s, 90% or more negative against the president and our policies. And you have to...
You said Kash Patel is brown. Look, notice how Hegseth and Trump are rarely seen with them. Yeah, that's true, but let's be honest with you, man. Would you want to be in pictures with Kash Patel, man? He look high as hell every time you see him, and not the accepted kind of high. You know how some people look high and their eyes are low, so you know they probably vibing, probably chill. Kash Patel look like the other kind of high. You know what I'm saying? Kash Patel, if you hang around Kash Patel, motherfuckers might think you snorting powder. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. Too many pictures with Kash Patel, they might think that you're getting high. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Imagine the vast majority of the country is consuming that. And the president says it all the time, it's miraculous that he won nearly 80 million votes in the last election. It shows that people like you, many of the people in this room with those MAGA hats on, you see through the fake news and you...
Corey World said, I bet he don't got good powder, man. I bet he don't. Listen, man, if Cash Patel got some good powder over there, he taking it out of evidence, man. Listen, man, I don't think anybody serving Cash Patel anything good, bro. Like, let's be real. Look at Cash Patel. Like, come on, man. He's like, come on, man. Come on, man. I'm sure he's a chill guy, you know what I'm saying? But let's be real, man. You gotta have some pull to get that, you know what I mean, that shit, man. By the time it got into his hands, that shit had probably been stepped on more than a dance floor on Friday night. That shit probably been stepped on more than a dance floor on Friday night, bruh.
You really search for the truth. And I see that firsthand every day.
Hey, Virgil said, I'm glad I didn't put a like. Guess what, Virgil? Guess who doesn't care, Virgil? You know what I'm saying? Virgil, hey, man, hold your like, man. Hold your like. You know what else you can hold, Virgil? I'll let you figure that out, man.
Process that the fake news goes through to write stories, it's really just such a low level of journalistic integrity. I mean, they will find anyone and call them a source familiar with the White House, and then they'll just write what that person said, like it's the truth, like it's actually happening in our meetings, like it's actually being said behind closed doors. And I read so many stories every day that are just completely baseless. Things that were allegedly said that never were said. And sometimes they don't even come to the White House for comment. That's the craziest part, and that's my biggest pet peeve. It's like,
mine too.
You're writing this story with all these sources that you claim know what they're talking about, and you didn't even check with the people who are actually there, who will dispute it or at least give you the accurate information. And we deal with this. Our team at the White House receives about 200 to 300 press inquiries a day from outlets across the country and the world. And every single one that comes in usually has a biased perspective that we have to sort through and run down the facts. And you can imagine it's a very arduous process. So again, a piece of advice, do not believe everything you read. If you showed up willingly to this event tonight, you probably...
Yeah, that ain't really talking about too much. Let's get on to the Coach Greg and shit, man. Let's move on, chat. Let's get into this debate, man. Let's get into the debate, man. Y'all like the debate part of the show, man. I like the debate part too, man. Motherfuckers be getting
If you get married, you may get a divorce. If this happens, then this may happen.
We already looked at the statistics of it likely happening.
Yeah,
so if you want to go, in order for your marriage to work, they have to be white, Christian, make money, and then also we live in a certain region.
The black community, you have more divorces than the white community. There's going to be contributing factors for why that is. I don't think that black people are just ontologically different than white people. For the black community, there's a bunch. One, you have a distinction in economic certitude. The second one is you had a massive abortion rate. Another one is you use matriarchal structures in the family home instead of patriarchal. So you have multiple factors here which need to be addressed. I agree with that. Nobody ever disagreed with that, though.
Okay, guys, finally getting started. Thanks for being patient. I know there was some delays. We got Andrew here versus Coach Greg Adams, aka the Free Agent Lifestyle. We're going to talk about today.
So this is a viral debate, chat. This debate caused a lot of controversy. I believe after this debate, Coach Greg was talking about Adams' wife and how, Andrew's wife and Andrew's community really tore into Coach Greg's ass. No Diddy, no Epstein. So, yeah, Chad, I expect this to be a good debate. I have not watched any of the debate. I just seen the aftermath of, the communities going back and forth.
Is marriage worth it for men in the West? So let's get into some opening statements. Who wants to start off?
Yeah, man, marriage is a great institution. It was an institution that built the community of America. Most of the better communities that have safety, good children, good schools are typically centered around marriage. However, marriage has not progressed to the point where men could be safe legally, and a lot of men have experienced tremendous damage, collateral damage as a result, and it has led to broken families, a lot of broken hearts, simply because the laws are not positioned to benefit both people in a divorce. Therefore, you have no fault divorce. You have opportunities for women to use the courts against men. And as a result, men have seen 1, 2, and 3 generations.
Yeah, chat, fair use, chat. How many of y'all in the chat have ever been married, chat? If you've ever been married, chat, put married. If you've never been married, put never, chat. I have never been married, chat. I have never been married.
Of men getting harmed, their grandfathers, their fathers, their uncles, their brothers getting harmed by this. So Generation Z men are not positioning themselves for a positive marriage. So at this particular point, if someone asked me, would I recommend marriage for them, and they were in a certain position in life, they weren't established, I would say no. There's no benefit for a person to get married today.
Got it. Your response, Andrew?
Yeah, I didn't hear any anti-marriage arguments. I heard anti-divorce arguments. So I'm with you on divorce, 100%.
Stream over.
And we're,
I guess I agree.
But it's a good thing that the topic isn't on divorce, it's on marriage. And it seems like you agree with my proposition then. And the proposition is that marriage, quote, is a great institution.
Yep.
And that right now your concern is that men can't be safe in marriage, but that's not actually what you're saying. You're not saying men can't be safe in marriage. They can. You're saying that they may not be safe in divorce. So I have a counter proposition for you. My counter proposition is, what if it's the case that...
So, chat, how do y'all feel about that counter argument? That's what we'll call it. He's saying that it's not that men can't be safe in marriage, it's that men can't be safe in divorce. I think that's a good counter argument. Trying to think. In marriage, I mean, unless you just got a, what's the best way to put it? A promiscuous wife, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you can pretty much be. No, I'm gonna say this too, Chad, because we got to think outside of the box while we break this down. Now, your wife might not be promiscuous and you might not get a divorce, but she just could not have any chill. She just might be doing too much and putting you in situations like, why you looking at me? Or, just being a fucking Karen all the time. So you could be in danger. If you got a wife that's just fucking Karen all the time, or she just does too much, could happen.
You can use religious marriage institutions without the state. And then we add the ecclesiastical structure of the marriage. That's what always kept them together anyway, before the state was ever involved. So what if instead we use the ecclesiastical church, the structure of the old churches? That would be Catholicism and Orthodoxy, where you see the lowest divorce rates, because the community puts pressure on the women to act right. That's what they do. Right now, the state applies no pressure on women to act right, right? You can just go and file whatever you want, get a divorce, and go be banging the neighbor by the next night. We totally agree on that.
What's up, Patriot?
To say that we should abandon marriage is silly. It seems like you're completely pro-marriage. You're just anti-divorce. So why wouldn't you just throw your weight behind institutions where the divorce rate is the least?
See, that's the thing, Too Strong. We could say that we should find all of that out in the dating stage, but that's when we get into all of these nuances of relationships. Because modern women, a lot of women have a timeline on dating. They're like, hey, if I don't have a ring by a certain point, like, I'm out, I don't blame them. I understand. It is what it is. So when we're talking about that dating stage, we got to realize that things change. There are stages to a relationship. Stages like it's going to be a different dynamic when children are involved. It's going to be a different dynamic when you are married. It's going to be a different dynamic when you do move in together. So there are stages of a relationship that lead up to the marriage, but every stage people don't change dramatically. It might be one thing that just triggers them, and they're an entirely different person. And it's different for everyone.
And you have an ecclesiastical structure which can be appealed to assist with that. That's what makes no sense to me.
My response to that is if we're fifths, we beat all drunk. All right. So that's a scenario that just isn't present.
Can you explain the analogy for me?
Well, if we use if, It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. If we say if we have a situation where this is present, then this would work. Well, that makes sense. If we had that,
we do have it right now.
Well, it doesn't necessarily work because, and I'm going to tell you why, because a woman can go to a divorce attorney and they can simply just say, hey, listen, it was.
Congratulations, Drip, on the 23 years of marriage. How did you do it, Drip? What's the secret? If you could give one piece of advice right now, Drip, to the chat on your 23 years of marriage, what would it be? We got Patriot coming in via Super Chat. Thank you, Patriot, for supporting the channel. He says, I love your content, bro. Keep it up. Patriot, you know we're gonna show up every single night. We here for the long ride, Patriot. I appreciate your continued support.
Say off the cuff, off the state.
Drip says his one piece of advice for his 23-year marriage is putting family above his desires. Thank you, Drip, for that gem. Thank you, Drip, for that gem.
Divorce, but you got married within a certain state, or she filed in a certain state, so therefore the divorce goes on. No, absolutely, yes. Listen, I've been with the divorce attorneys, and what they'll tell you is, hey, listen, you can get married in a ritual, you can get married in the orthodoxy, you can get married off record, but if she files and that woman is hell-bent on saying, we got married, I don't care if it was a ceremony where we walked on coals with our feet bare, that's considered a marriage. You also have common law. You have a lot of other ways for that woman to establish marriage.
How does your way eliminate common law?
I don't have any way to eliminate common law. So what I have is a way for men to avoid
then the
being used. No, the argument's not silly. So here's what you have. You have a if proposition, which doesn't exist for most men. Most men aren't religious. Most men aren't looking to be under a religious orthodoxy. So it doesn't apply. So you're taking a moral standard or a religious standard to apply to people who aren't under that veil.
So let's start with a couple of things you said, which are fundamentally untrue. Most men are religious, in fact, including in this country. Most of them, not some of them.
Congratulations to all the long-lasting relationships and marriages in the chat. I see 27 years. I see Patriot saying 19 years. Congratulations, man. Congratulations, man. Y'all drop y'all advice in the chat. Only if you're speaking from a place of experience, man. Only if you're speaking from a place of experience. Don't be in here trying to be the blind leading the blind and shit, man.
But they're not religious.
Hang on. I didn't interrupt.
I understand, but maybe just take that point. Most aren't under your religion.
Okay.
You can agree with that.
So here's the thing, though. But Catholicism and Orthodoxy is growing rapidly. And if it's the case that the ecclesiastical structure is already there, which it is, right? If you're going to cohabitate with a woman, the thing that you're offering right now is common law marriage anyway. If there's cohabitation at all, you're not protecting anybody from that. At least under my model, it gives an ecclesiastical structure that's designed to prevent divorce by applying community pressure. That was the way it was always done. Apply the application of community pressure within the confines of the woman's social circle. Right now, do you agree with me, for instance, that many divorces happen because women like to yap? So you get a freshly divorced woman, and she's free. You go, girl.
But that is true, chat. I've been reading, we're going to do, in the Discord chat, one thing that I'm going to bring to the memberships is our book club. We're going to do a book club that's going to come with the membership. It's just going to be a free add-on. I'm going to put you a role in the Discord for the book club. And right now, the book I'm reading is Crucial Conversations. And in that book, it talks about women yapping, it talks about just a lot of things. And the situation becomes, one situation that was in the book was, let's say your man or your partner isn't showing you enough attention. Instead of you addressing that conversation as a crucial conversation and understanding it, you kind of complain. You're like, oh, I see my friends online more than I see you, or it's about time that you come, that I've seen you. And what that does, instead of fixing the problem, that in turn pushes the man away even more. It's like, well, damn, when I did come home, you're bitching and complaining now. So, and what you wanted to happen was to pull the man closer, but what you actually did was push him further away by not addressing the crucial conversation. But yeah, Chad, we're going to get into the book club. We're going to add that on as the membership.
Girl power. And she starts talking to her little friends, and she starts telling them how liberating it is and how great it is and this and that. And this is why when women have divorced friends, their likelihood of divorce actually rapidly increases. It's for this reason.
Divorce is contagious.
So if it's the case that this social contagion is eliminated because now we have an ecclesiastical structure, an ecclesiastical authority, which won't grant it because you get ostracized from that social group through excommunication, for instance, or not being able to participate anymore with that community, that's an application of a serious and significant social pressure, which can do the very thing you want. Bring back that great institution, absent the state, and it avoids this whole problem of common law marriage. Because if it's the case that you can be common law married anyway inside of a state, and they can, get grounds for divorce on that anyway.
Yeah, lover of the light, join the Discord, man. I think for the first week that we start the book club, we'll just do what do you call that? Anybody who's in the Discord, I'll just ask me, I'll assign a role to anybody that's in the Discord. Then after that, after the first week, we'll tie it to the memberships. So all new people that's gonna get in the book club will be coming through the membership.
Anyway, then we actually need to have some social pressures to prevent them from doing that. So it sounds like we agree marriage is awesome for men. Divorce is terrible for them. So it seems like we should be attacking the divorce structure here. And it doesn't seem like you actually have anything to do that other than just avoid the thing that's great for you because this other bad side effect could happen.
Sure. That's
so
like
why don't
smoking cigarettes.
So why don't we attack the bad side effect when we have the mechanism to do it? It's not if, we can do it now.
Okay,
right
so like
second.
smoking cigarettes is the same analogy you're saying. Okay, here, cigarettes in this situation, we obviously...
Chat, I want everybody to drop a must-read book. Everybody drop a must-read book. Any book that you read that you want to share with the chat as a must-read that really helped you out. Maybe it was a dark time or maybe it was informational. Drop a recommended book in the chat right now. I'll tell y'all what I'm reading. I'm reading currently Crucial Conversations, but I'm also flipping between that and Siblings Without Rivalry. Siblings Without Rivalry. I'll show y'all. Hold on. It's Siblings Without Rivalry. It's how to help your children live together so you can live too. Y'all know that I got 2 kids, so this is another book that I'm reading. I haven't really got into this one as much as I have the other one.
It has negative side effects, so you would avoid it. Now, here's the issue that I have with it. It sounds great on paper.
K-Cell, now Discord is not like Patreon. I mean, it kind of is a server, kind of like Patreon, but I haven't used Patreon, I'm going to be honest with you, so I really couldn't tell you.
But we can't travel to the land of make-believe. It sounds great. The majority of people probably wouldn't do it, and if you ask a guy, which this is an important part, they're not even prepared to even talk about that. They don't even know what divorce laws are. So you're asking them to travel to the land of make-believe under a marriage system that small percentage of people use. No one uses it today. You might have said they used it to the past. Today, that doesn't exist. So we can't travel to the land of make-believe to make marriage work for you. It might work in your marriage, but it doesn't work for the greater structure.
Your argument here contradicts itself because on the one hand, you say men don't know enough about marriage, but my assumption is that your mission is to let men know about marriage.
Thank you some more.
Absolutely.
Okay, well then, I don't understand how it's the land of make-believe if you can let them know about this, but I can't?
Sure.
Right, so
you can offer that.
So if I am, it sounds like I'm offering a real alternative to what you're offering, and here's what you're offering. Men, marriage is great. It's a great institution. It's the best for children. These are your words. In marriage, right? Men seem to thrive. Their health seems to thrive. Everything seems to thrive. You're saying, well, the problem is that divorce rates are high, and they are. However, there's a few things there that you haven't covered. One, it depends on demographic too. For instance, if you're black, it's going to be way worse than if you're white.
Correct.
Okay, way worse. And
Chad, should divorce come with a penalty? You know how some countries, like it's against their religion or whatever, but like in America, should divorce come with a penalty? I know y'all gonna say, well, shit, you gotta buy lawyers and it costs, but I mean like something different, a penalty.
And also socioeconomics matters, right?
Like an asterisk or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, all right, you got divorced, and now if you get 3 divorces, it's like on your 3rd damn divorce, you got to ride it out, man. It's like, damn, it's your 3rd divorce, man. I'm asking.
Demographics in general matter. So you can do a lot, actually, including prenuptial agreements. You can have a prenuptial agreement with the ecclesiastical authority without the state even involved. And it seems like that would mitigate your risk to damn near nothing.
You said if about 50 times
So did
today.
you.
Now, here's what I'm telling you.
So
I'm
did
telling you
you.
when, all right, we're already in this system. You're going outside of the system to create a scenario for me to argue.
What
against.
system are you going outside of?
Shout out to today's sponsor, Quince.
Yeah, AR, I did watch that Jang video. I watched a couple of them over the last couple of days.
Black people, the demographics, the chance is higher.
Yeah.
So have you discovered the ecclesiastics approach to black people married within this?
Yes.
However, their demographics, economics, which all do affect marriage, has nothing to do in the land of the clouds or the make-believe with ecclesiastics. It's all going to boil down to in the law. And there's no church reverend that's going to go into your household to make sure there's social pressure on your wife. Do you know any?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know any that can cover all marriages? That answer is no.
Yes.
Yeah, I think, I mean, like, when I say a penalty, like, maybe you can't get married anymore. Like, all right, man, after your 2nd divorce, man, the state's just not going to recognize you getting married no more. It's like you fucking playing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you done played a couple times, man. We gave you a couple shots. You on your 3rd strike, man. It is what it is, man. Your ass just can't get married no more. You know what I'm saying? You'll be a forever girlfriend. You'll be a forever boyfriend. That's what I mean by, like, a penalty.
Yes. And by the way, when you keep,
Are we in reality here?
I'm
Are we in
trying.
the clouds.
when
I mean,
you're-
we're not arguing
I was
anything.
just trying. I was just trying.
This is in the land of make believe.
Well, when I'm allowed to respond, let me
Okay,
know.
give me a second.
Go ahead.
Let me finish this point.
Go ahead.
You're imagining. Your imagination is great. John Lennon would be great. You know, you would be proud of you at this particular point.
But I'm imagining all the people.
You're imagining all the people under a situation and a structure that you brought in here. All right, but the state highly governs this, and the state highly governs divorce. I'm dealing in a reality situation where I'm trying to counsel men to give information to. The best thing you've told me is that you're willing to give men the option to do this. Are they willing to all do this option? The answer is probably not, just like they're not willing to do what I'm telling them to do.
Yeah, but common law marriage is only recognized in very few states. Like, I have read up on common law marriage, but it's like maybe 6 or 7 states totally that recognize common law marriage, and they don't recognize new common law marriage. So I don't know if y'all. I just looked it up like yesterday or day before yesterday, because I was having this debate. Let me pull it up. Common law marriage states, 2026. 8 states, only 8 states in the District of Columbia, so it's 9 totally. 8 states in the District of Columbia: Colorado, DC, Iowa, Kansas, Montana, Rhode Island, Texas, and Utah. States with limited or legacy recognition. Some states no longer allow new common law marriage, but recognize those established before a certain date. And that's New Hampshire, South Carolina, Bama, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania. So there's only 8 states in DC that recognize new common law marriage.
However, we're both attempting, which is a good thing. It's noble. However, your situation rarely exists. Can we talk about the reality of what exists?
Sure.
Absolutely. So let's take your moral religious crusade out of it and talk about the reality.
Yeah, let's.
Are you willing to do that?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing.
See, you're not willing to do that
Well,
because it's all based on your reality.
Guess what? It's a debate, and I will argue my points from my view, how I see fit. It's not for you to.
But what I'm not going to do is expect
not
me
my
arguing from the land of make believe.
Yeah, but
okay. All right. So
okay,
anybody
yeah,
have
my turn?
Anybody have the anybody have the sound effect for the The television show where the train comes through, Mr. Rogers.
Oh shit, chat. Everybody hit the like button for me. We're 8 likes away from 400. Let's get the 400 likes, and we are 5 subscribers away from 45,600. Can we get 5 quick subscribers to get 45,600, chat?
Let me know
because I want to be on. I want to be on Earth.
Yeah, let me know.
All right, let's let Andrew respond.
Yeah, so the thing is it's funny that you bring up Imagine All the People of John Lennon, which is an anti-religious song. And hilariously enough, was designed to assist with female empowerment. Isn't that hilarious? But the thing here is you keep on saying that what I'm offering is make-believe, but it's not. It's been governing the Orthodox and Catholic Church for 2,000 years, including in this country. Now, here, let me give you an example, for instance, the Amish, right? Do you know what the divorce rate is among them? It's almost non-existent, yet they're still governed by the same laws of the land that you're speaking to. So sounds like if I give a counter, if I say, look, I can give you a way, a methodology in which you can utilize the religious ecclesiastical institution, which has existed for 2,000 years and has right now the lowest divorce rates, right this second as we speak, not in make-believe land, not hundreds of years in the future, right this second, as opposed to the system you have of common law divorce, which is sky high and you can't do anything about it. That's what is true. So pointing out what is true is right now you can have a prenup. That is true. What is true is prenups are usually held up in court. That is true. What is true is that you can have a marriage outside of a state because it's a religious institution anyway. You never have to have a license with the state. It's never been necessary. And if you do, the only way that that can be done is if it's sacramental. And if it's sacramental, it's governed now by the church. That's going to be the community the women are a part of. And so the thing is like, that sounds like a real viable solution. What's yours? More fucking degeneracy? Go out and play the field, hump a lot of chicks? How's that going to help anybody do anything? That's been the progressive mantra for 100 years. Isn't it wonderful? Your turn.
All right, we're returning back to Earth. Now, first things first, when it comes to this, back in reality, there's no God in marriage. So, Mr. Sky Daddy, God, religion, that's all great, but there's no God in marriage. At this particular point, when you go through a marriage, if one person...
I thought you get married under God. I guess that doesn't work if you're an atheist. When atheists get married, like I guess I don't know, bro. I never thought about marriage without get married at the church. You know what I'm saying? Or you have I don't know.
Not obey the Holy Bible or whatever you're thumping, you have no basis to keep that marriage together. If she decides to leave the church and decides not to listen or excommunicate herself, she's now under the state.
Agree.
Now, when you're getting divorced, which I'm assuming you've been divorced.
Well, I mean, that's a hell of an assumption to make.
Have you been divorced?
Well, I mean,
have you been married?
Can you tell me, if you can tell me how that has any merit?
Give me a second, because if you've been through one, you would know that there's no God in the divorce court, in the family court. There's no God in there. No one asked.
There is the state in there.
There is the state. So that's what we're arguing for.
Yeah.
That's when you get married. So you're telling me if, and I'm telling you, well, this is what's going to happen. Even if you took Sky Daddy into court with you, they would say, you pray to the judge. Oh. The judge is the authority in the court. So the God argument is a nice, interesting argument. And I probably am not going to stay on the conversation very long because that's your God. That's your Sky Daddy. That's your religion. I have a different religion. So who gives you who gives you the authority to change the understanding, the conversation to your religion? That's your religion.
I'm not changing the conversation
either. Okay,
either.
so it only works if it only works if you believe in your Sky Daddy. That's the only way it works, and that's the only way you're going to advise men.
We're talking about mitigating risk.
No. We're talking about, can men get into a marriage today only under your Sky Daddy? That's what we're assuming.
Okay.
Now, can they do it otherwise?
Yeah, you can have secular marriage.
Okay, go ahead and explain.
Okay, yeah.
Make it work.
I just did.
So make it work.
The argument that you have is that marriage is great.
Chad, do you think marriage is more likely to succeed with or without religion? Do you think marriage is more likely to succeed with or without religion?
Great. It's a great institution.
We already covered this.
Well, what made it great?
We already covered
What made it great?
Can we go into why it would make it work for your secular? That's the question I ask you. You're asking me questions back. Go ahead and answer the question.
So if you're talking about secular marriage, there's never been any point to it.
I'm sorry?
There's never been any point to secular marriage, ever. Never. What would ever be the point of secular marriage? It's always been a religious institution. That's what made it great. Now, when you say it's a great institution, what made it great for secularists, other than the fact that Sky Daddy and God had all these enforcement arms and those things had to be enforced socially? Like, for instance, men weren't allowed to run away. And women, right, they had to show cause for these divorces. And they had to be good causes. They had to show it for things like infidelity, right? It was all biblically governed. It was all lawfully governed by this Sky Daddy guy you like so little. But that's what made the institution great in the first place. And what you're talking about here, you're making a point that divorce is bad. And yet, I agree, divorce is bad. So what we're really talking about is how do we mitigate the risk for divorce? And we have two different methods here.
Well, the conversation is marriage good for men. That's the conversation.
But it is. We already said it's good for men. That's not even a dispute.
And now, how do we make it better since they're avoiding?
Well, it sounds
men or women are avoiding it.
It sounds like the thing that you think makes it bad is divorce, not marriage.
Correct.
Then we need to mitigate divorce.
We're 15 minutes in, and we are in the land of reality. You finally called up. Can you tell me how we can get to the secular marriage? I mean, I've given you a chance. You're dragging your feet.
Again, secular, there's never been any point to secular marriage, ever.
Now, listen, marriage is for child creation. It would be great for child communities and all of these things. And now, listen, by the time the religious aspects got into marriage, they were chopping people's heads off and burning Bibles. So, listen, I know we want to take it back to the past and act like the past was better, but there's always a negative part of the past. If you go back and you look at the English, this has all been there. People were getting their heads chopped off. The Crusaders were doing their things across countries, and they were spreading Christianity through threats and violence.
Have to do with anything.
Now, that's what you're trying to uplift. That's what you're trying to uphold.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
You wouldn't know what I'm talking about.
I don't.
That's where you're lacking.
I have no
so
idea.
Catch up. You're sitting in the
What
cross
does
of me.
crusades have to do with divorce?
That was when your holy marriage was the best marriage that you're trying to go to. Now, listen.
In the 1950s? Were we crusading in the 1950s?
No.
What the hell are you talking about?
You talked about the institution of marriage for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Sir, do you need me to catch you up on what you're talking about? You're having trouble keeping up with me.
Do you know what
you're having trouble keeping up with me. You said 2,000 years ago.
Truly,
and I told you 2,000 years ago, they were chopping people's heads off.
Which has what to do with anything?
I need you to catch up with me, sir.
Okay.
If you want to take things back to the past, you have to accept everything as the past. You can't just cherry pick. Now, here's the thing. You're cherry picking. If you want to take things back to tradition, take it all the way back. Why stop at the 50s? Take it back to the 1890s.
What you're saying right now is so incoherent. I actually don't even understand.
Well, that's what, listen, when you're, when you're running out of bullets, when you're running out of bullets, the last thing you do is the shame. All right.
I'm not even trying to shame you. It's just incoherent.
I need you to catch up with me.
Okay. Catch me up.
Just say you're lacking if you can't keep it up.
It's
all right.
incoherent.
Now, here's the problem.
It's incoherent.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
I don't know what to tell you.
Here's the problem you're having.
2,000 years.
See, the better argument that Coach Greg could have came with right here, even when Andrew went to the this is I'm talking about the 1950s, like were the Crusades going on in the 1950s? Like Coach Greg he didn't double down right for purposes of debate. Like chat, I don't know where Coach Greg is from, but I'm from the South. I'm from the Bible Belt. Like I'm a Christian from the Bible Belt, so I understand crosses being burnt in the yards and shit. That's what I would have said. Well, in the 1950s, they were burning crosses in the yard. In the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, they were burning crosses in the yard. Same people that were saying that they are good Christian people, the true Christians, were burning crosses in the damn yard. Let's be honest. That would have been a better, rebuttal for Coach Greg in this instance.
Years ago, they were chopping heads off. Who gives a shit?
Listen,
what does that
you
mean?
said 2,000 years ago. I'm coming up with yours. Your holy religious 2,000 years ago. It's been a part of.
What does that have to do with this?
Exactly. Here's the problem. You're cherry picking.
Cherry picking what?
Listen.
I'm listening.
I'm gonna slow you down. I'm going to slow you down because I see what you're doing here. I'm going to slow you down.
Okay.
Because it's hard for you to keep up.
It is.
I understand. I understand because you haven't been across. This is your.
Correct. You said burning crosses has nothing to do with the institution of marriage. Correct. But he was talking about the Crusades. And that's what Andrew Wilson was saying. What does the Crusades have to do with the institution of marriage? So in turn, Coach Greg said, well, we're talking about being married under God. And you're talking about things were better back then because of these. And he mentioned the Crusades and people's heads being chopped off. Andrew Wilson took it to the 1950s. And instead of Coach Greg just act like shit wasn't going on in the 1950s, which I, acknowledged. The crosses being burnt in the yard under, the guise of Christianity.
Toughest debate. Your audience knows this.
Oh, it's rough.
There's no God in marriage.
Okay.
In the United States.
Yeah.
Can we agree to that? When you get to divorce, there's no God in marriage.
Can't agree to that.
We need to agree to it because when you go into divorce court, there's no God.
Yeah,
we can't bring in your God and your Bible. And at that particular point, none of your ecclesiastics marriage works.
Okay.
Period.
So the thing is, you just said, can we agree that there's no God in marriage? And then
you don't have to agree.
But hang on, calm down. And then you switched over to divorce. There's no God in divorce. But those are two different questions and proposition. Hang on, relax. The second thing is that me saying that what made marriage a great institution is this whole sky daddy character, and that the institution has been in place for 2,000 years and has been, hang on, calm down.
2,000
and
years.
It's been a strong institution. I'm not actually sure how tying in that at the time they cut people's heads off, what that has to do with the fact that in the 1950s and 40s, you still had 95% of these marriages staying together. This is not ancient history. This is not even early American history. That's in your grandfather's lifetime, basically.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. In the 1940s and 50s, Andrew Wilson is attributing it to religion and the framework of religion. And I'm going to be honest, it could very much well be the framework of religion. But outside of that, people just had fucking shame. In the 1940s and 50s, people had shame when it came to marriage. Now, it was some atrocities going on. We're not going to deny that. But people had fucking shame. Like, it wasn't cool to find out the mailman was banging your wife. Let's be honest. Like, people, it wasn't like you would go viral or something. Like, the people who found out your business were very personal to you then. Like, the whole church was going to be looking at you. Every time you go in the post office, you looking around to see who done heard that such and such was sleeping with the fucking milkman. It was shame back then. There was some fucking shame going on.
And then, by the way, that was the case for black marriages as well. Very strong institutions. Correct. But all of those institutions were that way because they followed that whole sky daddy thing. Correct. They were like, oh, that sky daddy's going to smite us if we don't. And so what you do here is you're giving the classic progressive argument, which is, well, guys, it is true that it's a great institution.
You said burning crosses is bad. Ha ha. Burning crosses means marriage is bad. Burning crosses, I never said marriage was bad. See, you came in and just tried to take have I ever said marriage was bad this whole time, Chad? See, people just want to come in and combat what the fuck I have to say because they want to be heard so badly. Not once have I said marriage is bad. If you actually listen to me, I'm making a case for marriage here. But burning crosses goes back to the religious institution. And if you noticed, I said under the guise of Christianity. Never called them Christians either. But you heard what the fuck you wanted to hear, obviously.
And it is true, it's the best place in the world to have children for the continuation of the species. And also, it's fantastic for men's health. It's fantastic for their mental health. It's great for them in almost every way. But that divorce thing is real bad, and I counter.
Oh, you said not me, coach. My bad. Hey, I really got the going on one. I was really keeping it light, but I'm like, damn.
You're right. That divorce thing is real bad. We have now a center of agreement. But now we're going back to the marriage in the West thing, which is that whole great institution problem. Well, if we agree that what made it good, which you just did, is, hey, that Sky Daddy guy, and then I point out that right now you can still utilize that Sky Daddy guy for an ecclesiastical marriage outside of the state. Hang on. And the only thing you could do is say, what about common law? But you can't govern anybody from common law. And at least in the ecclesiastical institution, you have social pressures on women to stay married. You can't offer a man anything.
How to Live said probably can't cook like women. I'm gonna be honest with you. How to Live, they got a new term for the women out here. They calling them young hoes, right? And it's consensus that the young hoes can't cook. I'm just gonna be honest with you, Chad. They say if it's not a TikTok trend, little snack boudin bar, man, the young hoes can't cook, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. So I feel sorry for the younger brothers out here, man. The younger brothers might have to get in that kitchen, get in that pot, man, because they saying the young hoes can't do a damn thing.
Like that. Give me a single social pressure you can offer that would actually keep these marriages together. One. What? Just one.
Can I answer something
Yeah.
you just said? This would be interesting.
I can't
because
wait.
You said,
But can we answer that question then?
No, before.
Oh, of
the
course.
1940s.
You gotta ask me a question.
Because listen, I'm listening to you. You asked the question at the end. If you would have asked it at the beginning, possibly I might have been able to address it. But let me address this point.
Okay.
You said the 1940s and 1950s with this imaginary sky daddy controlling marriages. That sounds like enforcement, because by the time the 1970s came around, the very first chance women got to file a no-fault divorce without need for
Nah, Chad, I like cooking too, but when I say the young hoes can't cook, it's because they fiend out on the DoorDash, man. They're fiend out on DoorDash. They want to go to Ruth Chris. They want to go out 3-4 times a week and have drinks with the girls. They got to have a mimosa every day for brunch. The young hoes not cooking, man. I'm just going to be all the way out. The young hoes don't even know how to grocery shop, man. Straight up. They grocery shopping meal to meal, man. Whatever they need to make this TikTok dinner, man, they're about to go grab, man. Straight up, man. Young hoes got it right now. It's crazy, man. I feel sorry for the young brothers, man. They might starve, man.
evidence without need to have a private investigator to prove an affair.
Was no
they
the
did.
70s?
Yes, it was the 70s, started by Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
I'll educate you.
But hang on.
Came along. Hold on for a second. No. I got the floor here. I got the floor. So you said the religious institutions governed it and made it great. The 1970s came along, and as soon as they did, women started to file divorces at record rates, which is back to my conversation. Soon as you remove the authority of Sky Daddy, now you're back with the state. And now you have difficulty, and now the risk is now greater.
Oh.
So that's the issue. That
Then it sounds like men should be moving towards Sky Daddy then, because it mitigates their risk.
The courts, the nation should be.
There's no
towards
courts.
that. But how do you enforce that?
What court? What courts? You're not getting a marriage from the state. What courts are involved here?
Everything you told me is a make-believe scenario.
How? You can
You're
do it
telling-
right now. How is it make believe?
How do you do that when people,
Here's
the
what you-
marriages through state?
yeah.
I know you want to go
I'll
back
tell
to
you how.
ecclesiastics. This
No,
is
I'm
going to be
telling
a
you,
problem.
you can do it right
Okay.
this second.
Okay,
You
can
can go do it right now.
You can do it at this particular
can't
point.
do.
However,
What do you mean?
here's the problem.
Okay.
Can you get men to do it?
Yes.
Okay, you might be able to think you can get men to do it, but as soon as they do it, I want you to stick around for the average of 8 to 10 years when these men start getting divorced. See, what you're doing is you're
Let's be honest, chat. Let's be honest, chat. Who's gonna teach these women how to cook? Who? We talking about the young hoes can't cook. I'm just gonna be honest. Who is there to teach them? Just like we talk about the young men who don't have emotional intelligence or empathy. Who is there to teach them? Honestly. Because this generation of parents, we're not like our generation of parents. Now, some of y'all are a little older than me, so it might not apply. If it don't apply, let it fly. But I'm finna touch some people right here, man. I'm finna hit home. Because we got to be honest with ourselves. Who the fuck is teaching these kids? Nobody. Why? Because people have their own lives. People trying to get the kids the hell out the door so they can pop back out in the club, so they can go on vacay to the islands and shit. so they can move such and such in. Who the fuck is teaching these kids? Honestly.
We've
been watching it for longer.
You're going to lead men into a burning building. And the reason why, and this is a famous quote by Martin Luther King, is because the laws of integration didn't catch up fast enough for what he wanted for people to integrate. And what happened was it took him 12 to 15 years to realize that he led men or black people into a burning building in which integration was not possible at the time.
Okay.
You are also proposing the same thing. And I would like for you to stick around to see the results of what you're proposing, because eventually you would have to pay the price. How did Martin Luther King pay the price? You would have to pay the price for the men that you misled.
So Martin Luther misled men, and that's why he was killed?
I said he misled black people. You missed that part.
Those,
he said, okay, let me repeat it, because you're slow. All right, you definitely are slow, Neanderthal.
That's for sure.
Let me tell you something.
I'm dragging
Martin Luther King said specifically, related to black people and civil rights.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and us as men, like, who's teaching these young adults, these men, these boys that are gonna become men one day? Who's teaching them emotional intelligence? Who's teaching them how to identify and actually have a conversation? We wonder why they flashing out. We wonder why they going the extra mile and shit. Who's there to teach them anything different? They're just supposed to know it? Well, guess what? We didn't just know it. How much shit did we have to learn by bumping our fucking head? How much shit did we have to learn by somebody correcting us? Who's there to correct them? I'm not being specific. It's a lot of good parents here, but I'm talking about for a generation. We written them off already. Oh, they too crazy. They too wild. They don't want to listen. We written them off before we even heard what the fuck they got going on. And wonder why they crash and why they flash, and they don't understand how to actually have dialogue or get into a conversation. Who taught them?
I'll speak slowly for you.
Yeah.
That he believed at the end, he led them into a burning building. I'm going to speak slower. The reason why is because the laws of integration did not catch up with what he would like to present. Black people weren't ready to integrate. As a result, he said, I may have led my people, that means his people, into a burning building.
Okay.
I would like for you, under your scenario, if your movement takes off, to see the results, because it took Martin Luther King 12, 15 years to see the results of his efforts.
Yeah.
You're proposing something very extreme that majority of people aren't going to do. But let's just say because you like to hide in the clouds of make-believe, if
they did.
This works,
right?
I would love to see.
Come on, man. Chat, let's be honest with you. We can't expect them to just understand it or just get it. Us as humans, we run away from crucial conversations. We avoid them. Why? We can name any reason in the book, but how do we avoid them? We send a text message. We send an email. We leave a voicemail. We send a message through somebody. Tell such and such this. Why? Because we don't want to have a crucial conversation. So how the fuck can we expect these kids to? When we've been in avoidance mode our entire lives. Out of comfort, out of stability. Especially when you have a partner, every crucial conversation could end up in your life being different. Now you packing up. How many times you done packed that fucking house up? How many times you done went in the dresser, in the closet and said you moving out? How many times you done unhooked the washer and dryer? How many times? We fucking grown here. Let's be real. How many times? So eventually it comes to a point to where it ain't even worth it. You avoid the crucial conversation. You put up with it. You do this, you do that. And then we expect our kids to understand how to face some problems. Let's be real. We don't face our own. Shit is crazy.
You represent these men in a divorce when they get their head bit off by these so-called women that are forced by Sky Daddy to stay in these marriages.
This is really, like, I don't even understand how
You don't understand. I know you have a hard time
I
understanding.
do. I don't actually even understand how to respond to a lot of this because it's so incoherent, but I'm going to try anyway.
Oh, yeah, see, this is
So let's start.
This is his always incoherent when he understands. Perhaps you don't understand. That might be what it is, and it's okay to say you don't understand, and I can speak slowly.
I don't understand now, but I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why.
Dismissive. I mean, you know.
I'm going to tell you why.
It's okay. When you're losing, just say you're losing, and I can speak.
Let me know when I can talk, and you gas out.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So here's
typical tactic, but you can work that against these
so I
OnlyFans
can't
girls.
talk.
Hey,
Go
listen,
ahead.
you can work that tactic against those OnlyFans girls that you debate, debating 23-year-old ignorant women.
They're smarter than you.
But now
They're
you're sitting
smarter than
across
you.
from a person.
They're always smarter than you.
Yeah, you're sitting across from a person here.
Oh no,
that's looking at a Neanderthal, say you don't understand something very
Well, let me
simple.
know when you gas out
This
so I
is the
can respond.
simplest thing that you can understand.
Okay.
Your go. Your go.
Are you sure? I can actually do it this
And
time?
please, put me to sleep.
Okay, so
Put me to sleep.
here's why it's incoherent, and there's a bunch of this I don't understand. You keep on saying that these men are going to get divorced, and yet I'm proposing non-state marriages. How are they going to get divorced? Well, you can only say then via common law. But again, you have no defense yourself against
these are if scenarios.
I don't.
I mean,
I don't. I don't.
Please,
I don't.
said I was going to debate somebody
This
that's
is-
going to come.
Why do you
This
keep
is a if
filibustering?
scenario.
Are you?
Give me a real scenario.
I let you
please.
speak the entire time.
Give me something to speak about.
Okay,
You're giving me
I'm
a
not
if
asking you to
scenario.
speak, man.
You're trying to invite
Listen.
me to your church.
I'm just.
I'm not going to
asking
your
you
church.
to
Please
listen.
give me a real scenario.
You have to shut up long enough for me to
Come
do
on,
it.
please. I've been here 30 minutes waiting for you to do it.
All right.
Give
So
me a real scenario.
okay. So what I don't understand here, again, and I'm going to ask again, in your incoherent worldview.
Okay, please.
You keep on saying that these men who I propose this to are going to get divorced, but I'm not proposing that they get married through the state. The state's the one who does the divorces. So the only thing you could say is that there's a potential for common law here, but that's something you yourself cannot guard them from by your own admission. The second problem that we have here is that I don't have to stick around for 10 or 15 years because we can look at the numbers right now in religious marriage for what this looks like. And here's what this looks like. If you're a Catholic, you're way less likely to get divorced. And if you're Orthodox, even less likely to get divorced. And it's because of that ecclesiastical structure. You're not ever going to be able to prevent all risk from divorce, not under anything.
Thank you, God. That's the most realistic
Not
thing
under
you've said all
any,
day.
but not under any system.
Correct.
Is that going to be the case?
But
And
why
even-
are
and
Catholics
even-
getting divorced?
and you
How
don't
do they
even
get
want it to.
divorced?
They get annulments. They don't even get divorces,
Okay,
and it's
but
a
how does it
really long
So
process, and it's rare.
Christians have a similar divorce rate than the secular.
No.
So they have a very close. So how do they get divorced?
I'm going to
How do
explain.
Christians get
Tom,
divorced?
If you, I'll answer
Please,
your question.
please tell me, because I know how to get divorced.
So if
Right
you
into the
say-
divorce court.
Yeah, I know. So because they call it a state marriage.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm proposing that they don't do that, right?
Okay, a land of make believe. If
How's that a man land of make believe? You can go fucking do it right now.
tell me what
What are you talking
listen,
about?
What percentage of people do this particular thing that you're doing, that you're proposing?
Why
What
would that
percent-
matter? Let's say
Why
it's
does it
one
matter?
person.
Okay,
Why would that
it's
matter?
one person. So you're taking a very small chance. You're arguing against me that has millions of people on my
Who are
side.
getting
and
divorced and
millions-
you don't want
But
them
you're
to.
telling me a small 20 people in a little house on the prairie
Yeah.
that do these, that you govern people without electricity and you riding horse and carriages.
Yeah.
You're telling me this small percentage of people are going to lead a movement of doing something you're proposing here on YouTube. This is going. How many people are doing this?
Okay. Why?
Oh yeah, chat. And when I say I'm for marriage, like I'm for marriage where it's like it makes sense. Like I understand that people just love each other and they just figure it out. I do understand that. But I also understand people who are very intentional and structured about it. Like the couples that may use first time home buyer loans separately and then get married, and do shit like that. Or, they have a structure. That's what I think should be going on. But what do I know? I've never been married.
How many matter?
It would matter because
Why?
then we can use some data to determine do these people end up in divorce?
Well, we can
more
do it.
than likely.
This is great
Please
because
do.
we can look at the data. So
I
let's
would
look
love
at.
to, please.
Do you want to look at the Catholic data and Orthodox data for marriage?
We're talking about your ecclesiastic proposal.
That
That's what
is
we're
the
talking about.
This is the ecclesiastical
If
proposal.
we're using Catholic and Christians, their divorce rate tends to be very close.
I'll look it up.
It's very close. Let's
Not
look it up.
Catholic.
Hold on for
Self-ID'd Christians.
Okay,
Self-ID'd Christians.
Okay.
Self-ID.
Self-ID. No, let's just put Christians.
Christian.
He's like,
Christian and Catholic.
You have to
dice
define.
up.
You have
He
to tell
likes
me what a Christian
He likes to
is.
dice up all of these people. And listen, I would love to go to your church one day. I would be a wonderful guest, and I would love to thump the Bible, and I would love to say a prayer with you. However, this conversation is entering.
Can we pull up my screen?
Very much a Sky Daddy conversation. Which
All right, we got it.
It's about belief.
Brought up Sky Daddy. You
brought it up.
We got the divorce rate pulled up.
Hey, chat, hit the like button, man. We're 12 likes away from the next like goal, man. Let's go ahead and hit 425 likes, chat. Thank you for 45,600 subscribers. We're 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Be sure to subscribe to the channel.
Right here.
That's not has
Brought that up.
What is that?
So that is a religious argument.
If you're an
which
atheist, you
people
should
in
be able
religion-
to contend with
listen,
that.
A lot of people would not want to do that. You're telling me a small percentage.
Who
of people want to
cares?
do
We're
this.
talking about mitigating the rates of divorce. It
now,
doesn't matter how many
Can
do
we
it.
move forward from this one? We agree to disagree.
No, we
Can
don't agree to disagree. I
Okay,
need
so you want
counter
to keep it here in
arguments.
your land of make believe.
I want counter arguments.
I'm not going to argue in your land of make believe.
Yeah, because you can't. You have no counter
it's
arguments.
ridiculous.
You don't have one counter argument.
Here's a counter argument.
Okay, what is it?
There's no God in marriage. How many times do I have to say that?
That's an assertion. It's not an argument.
If you end up in divorce court, God doesn't matter. None of this matters. That's real. That's the realest argument that you can possibly hear. Soon as
How do you end up in a divorce court without the state?
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. I'm going to tell you how.
Okay.
In the 1940s, which you so love, I don't know why you don't live there. You look like you live there. You're dressed like you live there.
They
Here's
wore
the problem.
hoodies and
Hold on
jeans
for a
in the
second.
40s,
Hold
did they?
on for a second. Here's the problem.
Okay.
These people, under your authoritative, godly marriage, still got divorced at high rates once no fault divorce showed up. It started at 25%. Then by the time you get here, it's close to 40 and 50%. It's still prevalent. I'm giving you the reality.
That's
here.
not the
You're
reality.
trying to drag me back over here to Little House on the Prairie. It's not working. It's not going to work with me. How about this?
How about a counter
If traditional marriage, I gave you one.
What?
I mean, come on, man.
What is the
Come
counter
on, man.
argument? Come
Listen,
on, man. It's not a
listen,
counter
listen.
argument. What's the counter argument?
There's no God in marriage, and
That's an assertion, not an argument.
God in divorce court.
That's not an
I assert
argument.
that there's no
Okay, well,
God
there
in
is a
divorce
God
court.
in divorce court. Argument defeated.
Exactly.
Argument defeated.
Oh my goodness, boy! All right, do you
silly.
need your sandbox outside? Did you miss your toys?
It's just
Did you not get
ridiculous.
that? Here's a
I
problem.
want an argument.
This is the absolute argument.
Okay.
You're trying to drag me to church. I'm taking you outside of church. You can't combat it because you want to battle inside the church. I'm not letting you. So let's get back to the
I don't
state.
care if secularists get married.
Let's get back to the state
What do you mean?
and that divorce rate. Did you find out the numbers?
Yeah, I pulled it up earlier, but I'll pull it up again. It's up on the screen. Can you guys see this? Catholic, 19 to 25%. Mainline Protestant, 30 to 35%. Evangelical, 26 to 33.
That's up there.
Now, pull up
That's up there.
Orthodox.
40,
Orthodox.
33, 34, 30. That's pretty high.
Orthodox divorce rate. Let's see.
17 to 20?
I see average 33%.
That's
U.S.
That's
average.
evangelical
adults.
Protestants. That's with the
It says
coalition of
Orthodox
all of
adults
them.
ever divorced 17 to 20. U.S.
Yes.
average 33%.
Yeah, so they're much lower.
It says in the U.S. 33%. The
They're
Orthodox ever divorced, that's worldwide.
Yeah, they're much lower rates.
Okay, but you're saying that they can't get divorced. That's what you said.
No, bro.
You said, is that what you said?
The whole point
said
here
they
is
can't
how
get
do
divorced
we
because you're
mitigate the
enforcing
risk
them.
of divorce? You can't ever completely mitigate it.
30%.
It can't ever be completely mitigated, but you can mitigate the risk of divorce.
Okay, great.
It is lower.
Much lower. Much lower.
Okay, all right. So a chance of getting hit 30% versus 44%. This doesn't defeat the argument.
It does defeat the argument.
Those divorces happen in the court of law because no divorce cannot be reported in
this is
not
great.
the court of law.
Actually,
so what is the divorce that happens outside of the court of law? If it's 33% in the court of law with your Orthodox ecclesiastic marriage, what is it outside?
Even
what is
lower.
it within that?
It's even lower.
Okay, so add that 10%.
Yes.
Now we're at 40%.
No, you wouldn't add that. You wouldn't add 10%.
That's the legal
What are you
divorce.
talking
Hold on for a
about?
second. When you say a divorce, those are reported divorces legally. That means these people filed in the legal reported system. That's 30+%. Okay? You said there would be more that were outside of the door.
No, less.
Outside of the state.
Less.
No, hold on for a second.
Less.
There's additional outside of the marriage, outside of the state.
No.
Oh, there's none?
Well,
So you're saying
no,
there's zero.
Not really.
What are you saying?
Okay, so let me explain.
Please.
So that you understand.
Additional to the 33%.
But you have to, can you at least let me finish this time?
Please do it because you're slow.
So if it's the case you're in an ecclesiastical marriage, you're still adding usually the state. These people are all adding the state, okay? The Catholics themselves, if you were to look at their annulments rate from the ecclesiastical authority, it's actually much lower than even the percentage that you're getting from the state because they add the state in, which means some people will ignore the ecclesiastical authority and get divorced anyway.
That's exactly what I've been telling you.
Nobody ever argued that.
Exactly. But so
we're arguing about mitigating the risk. Mitigating the risk.
Still a risk.
No, it would mitigate the risk.
So the risk is slightly lower.
Much lower.
Okay, that's not that much lower.
It's much lower.
40%. You're talking about 33% to 43%.
No, we're not. We're talking about 20% to 35 to 40%.
Okay, so that's lower.
Yes.
Okay, that's all you got. Now, here's
that's
the
all I
problem.
need.
That's not all you need because there's still risk. How do you?
Nobody said there wouldn't be risk.
Exactly.
You
So
can't
at this
mitigate
particular
risk
point-
for anything 100%. It's not possible.
Exactly. So now why are we telling men to get married?
Because you have to, because everything is a cost-benefit analysis. Your issue's not marriage. Your issue is with mitigating
At
the risk.
this point, it's not marriage.
It's
This is the only
mitigating-
hold on for a second. Can I say this?
Oh my God. Can you
Hold
ever
on for a
stop
second.
saying something so I
Well,
can say
listen.
something?
At this particular point, listen,
Okay, I'm listening.
you're telling me from this point, we haven't even got to the entire marriage because you're still over in the land of make-believe. We haven't even got to the other issues
What's
of marriage.
make-believe?
Hold on for a second. We still haven't got to the other issues of marriage.
I'm willing to
So
get to
you're
everything.
telling me about the mitigation risk, and we've wasted too much time on it. Can we talk about the other issues of marriage?
Well,
Which are
okay.
sexless
Can
marriage.
we at least wrap this up?
Yeah, let Andrew finalize this. And then
Yeah,
we'll
so
talk about that.
the thing is like, the problem is you said it was a great institution. If you say it's a great institution, even when it was a great institution, people were still getting divorced. So if that's the case, what you're really after is just mitigating risk. And I'm giving you a perfect way to mitigate risk, right? And the fact of the matter is that it is becoming more and more popular to do it this way. Prenup plus ecclesiastical authority almost mitigates your risk entirely, except for common law, but you can pick the state to live in for that. And you, by your own logic, can't defer from common law either. You can't protect men from that. So the thing is like, you can't have it both ways. You can't agree marriage is good and the backbone for the West and you really like it and it's fucking great and it's a great institution, but also don't do it because it's make-believe that you can mitigate risk even though you can right this second. That's insane.
Listen,
All right, final
I'm
point.
listening.
Final point. Let's get to the other risks that are associated with it. We got that.
That's
We
not a
tackled
final
that.
point on this.
That is a
Make the final point and then
listen,
go to
listen. I'm a grown man. I'm not 22-year-old OnlyFans. I'm gonna say what I want to say. Listen to this. At this particular point,
You got
we're
me
moving
on that
forward.
one.
Listen, we're moving forward.
Okay, we're moving
At
forward.
this point, what are the other risks that we want to guard against? We got the divorce. You're going to put them on the ecclesiastic paperwork. Less people are doing that. Not a lot of people know how to do it. He just got married. He didn't do it. All right. I can almost guarantee.
Probably not.
Exactly.
So what?
So now, less people are going to do this. Not a lot of people know that. Not a lot of men are going to prepare themselves to do that.
Change that.
Exactly. So that would be
I
a
agree.
very tough scenario,
Try to
and
change it.
most likely it's not going to happen moving forward.
Okay.
There are other issues in marriage
Okay. Let's
that
get to 'em.
typically, if
Nah, hell no, not in America. Beaky, the divorce rate is way higher than 2.5 for every 1,000 in America. It's way higher than that.
depending on what authority you go under, are still a risk for men. Yes, it's great for the backbone, but a lot of men are in sexless marriages. A lot of women are in sexless marriages. The percentage of affairs in marriages are still a big issue. That can't be addressed. Those risks are going to be tough. And now you have an issue because now whoever's your authority has to mitigate that risk. Now all of a sudden they have to govern or socially pressure the women, and that's going to be difficult to do. 20%, 30% of sexless marriages, 20, 30% of people having affairs.
All right, chat. Have you ever been in a long-term relationship that turned sexless, man? At any point in your life, man, we grown in here, put them kids up, man. Have you ever been in a long-term relationship where it turned sexless, man.
This is not the intent of people who get married. So yes, we have the divorce. We set that aside. Now, what about within the marriage? How do you mitigate the risk for that? I'm assuming you're going to have the ecclesiastic come through the home and force the wives to fuck their husbands.
Oh, that's quite the straw man. But I'll go ahead and answer. Actually, the ecclesiastical authority does mitigate against this, and here's my proofs. Proof one. If it is the case that you get married to a woman who's a virgin, but she's a virgin because she's a Christian, hang on, let me get through the entirety of the arguments before you start freaking out. If it is the case, your chances of that marriage ending, very, very, very small, one. And two, they report that they have a happier sex life. This is actually the case with the decrease in body count, which generally comes with the more religious people, meaning the more that you take your religion seriously, the more that you pray, the more that you engage in that whole ecclesiastical authority thing, the less likely it is you step out of your marriage, significantly less likely. The less likely it is that you end up in a sexless marriage. You know why? Because there's a reinforcement in Christianity that men and women are not allowed to deprive each other of that, of sex, when it comes to marriage. And you find that people who follow the tradition.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Chad. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, it's 2026, at Andrew, man, and after some of the chats that I've had over here in these Discord calls, man, some of these guys are not getting laid, bro. I mean, like, at all, bro. I'm talking about, like, man, damn, like, incels for real, bro. So I don't know, man. And be in relationships, married, and a damn incel.
Traditional faiths generally don't. And so, yes, the ecclesiastical authority preaches that from the pulpit. Sorry, lady, you got to fuck your husband. That's part of God's law. Yeah. What do you got for him? Go out and just fuck every.
All right, chats. So, how would you feel, ladies, if your husband was like, "Hey, man, look, I kind of need that off of you, man. God said so." You know, let's say it's been, couple weeks going on a month. You know what I'm saying? It's been like 3 weeks going on a month. Maybe y'all have been missing each other because y'all been going to work. One's been going to work. One hasn't been going to work. It's coming on like a month. Your man's like, "Look, lady, I need that off of you, man. God said so." How are you gonna take that, man?
Everybody, what are you going to do to mitigate? By the way, you're at the mercy of the same criticism. You can't mitigate guys' girlfriends from fucking around on them any more than you could a person's wife. You can't mitigate them stepping out on them. You can't mitigate them treating them like shit. You can't do anything. At least I have a mitigation.
Yeah, Chad. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't gonna lie, Chad. I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't be like, "Hey, God told me you supposed to." You know what I mean? I couldn't do it, Chad. Like, oh nah, man, it's crazy.
You have nothing. You have nothing. Just liberal degeneracy. Give me something you could do that would give any kind of fail-safe against this. One thing.
I don't know what communities you live in, but your church pastor is going to be very busy walking in all of these bedrooms, preventing divorce and enforcing women to sleep with their husbands. Now, the first leap of faith that you have, hold on for a second. Oh, I heard you. The first leap of faith is virgin. Okay, if we look at the stats, please pull up the stats of how many women qualify as a virgin.
On virginity.
You said virginity. I'm just letting you know. You brought it up.
In America?
In America, what women percentage qualify as virgins? All right, so you're going to say very few. So you know this.
7%, age 22 to 34.
7%.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
do you know what
now we have.
Do you know what a baseline for an argument is?
That was the baseline.
Yeah.
You want to.
Oh, we might be cooked, Chad. Oh shit. Oh shit, bruh. 7%. I was walking through life thinking maybe solid 20, maybe 20%, man. 7%. And then a lot of those girls that are saying they're virgins, they take it another hole. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, man. They do it the other way, man. Like, that doesn't mean they haven't had any encounters. Let's put it like that. Just because they're saying they're a virgin doesn't mean they haven't had any encounters. We're already at 7%. It's crazy.
To say now, do we want to increase the body count?
Yeah,
I mean, because if you're looking,
that was the whole point of the baseline of the argument.
So right now, if we can pull up how many women in Gen Z, because this is marital age women, would have a body
That's
count
not the only
lower than 5.
No,
because
millennials are also marriageably aged. What do you mean?
Okay, millennials, younger millennials, okay, because there's no point in older people getting married. They're not procreating. All right, they're going to have 1 or 2 kids.
Older
That doesn't
people
help
do
us.
procreate.
Not that much. All right, they're going to have 1 or 2 kids. All right, listen, it said in the Bible, in your Bible, it says be fruitful and multiply, not add. All right, we're not adding one little autistic kid. We're multiplying.
That would be multiplying.
No, it wouldn't be multiplying.
Yes,
having
it
one
would.
little brat ass
If you have
kid.
3 and you have 1 more, that's
all right,
multiplying.
Multiplying by 1. All right, that's
So
not an answer.
multiplying.
Okay, listen. We're multiplying by multiples. You know what I'm talking about. Now listen.
Yeah, that is a multiple that we're
hold on for a second.
multiplying
Hold on for a second. You want to convince me that there's going to be women of low body count in this secular world we live in to make your scenario work, to enforce women to have sex with their husband from the pulpit.
Yeah.
Do you see? This is very strange.
Well, I have all
from a
the data
secular
to back
person.
my. Show me
from
any-
a very small percentage. I mean, it works in a podunk town. I don't know where you're from.
Like, Chad, it's crazy. It's crazy. Imagine hearing the sermon like ladies, you gotta give it up. You know what I'm saying? You gotta give it up. You got your husband, hold him tight. Look at your neighbor, say, neighbor, I'm going home with my husband today. Like, that would be crazy in the church, Chad. I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't know, Chad. I don't know how I would take that, bro. That shit would be kind of crazy, bro.
We're talking about the metropolises. We're talking about major
And
cities.
how is your
And you're talking
plan
about
going to mitigate
virginity.
that? How is your plan going to mitigate
Remember,
that?
I don't know if you remember. I asked you. All right.
And I
This is
told
the question
you.
and you came back with virgins. And
No.
you came back with enforcing sex for the pulpit.
Half the argument. That's why you can't respond to my arguments. So let's do it again. If you want to mitigate.
Force women to have lower body
You're
counts.
not, dude. How's it force?
Go ahead.
How's it force?
You're the one enforcing sex.
How
to
is
the
it?
husband.
How? How are we using force?
How are you enforcing sex to the
Through
husband from the
social,
pulpit?
through social pressure, doofus. The same way you would with
Okay,
everything.
Gentlemen, your wife is going to have sex with you because a church reverend enforced her to have sex with you.
Do you think?
Okay, please pull up the chat.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, that does sound crazy. You said it was done respectfully. That sounds crazy. Like, I guess it could happen during like counseling. Like when you go see the pastor for counseling and you telling the pastor about the problems and everything, maybe the pastor was like, well, you know,
Suggestion is to have a church reverend enforce you
They're
to
not
have burning
enforcing it.
desire to have sex with your.
Enforce requires force. Enforce is a derivative of force. You can't enforce absent force. No one's saying force.
This is how your sex is going to be had in his marriage. It's through enforcement through the religious pulpit.
No, it's going to be.
I mean, this
the
is
idea-
2025,
if it's
and we're
the
still here
idea-
somewhere on Little House on the Prairie.
If it's the idea,
I would love
that
to have
women
this reality.
If it's the idea that women have and men have both, that they're not supposed to deprive each other from this because that is how they live the life of a Christian. The case of the matter is that they try to keep themselves sexually appealing to the partner. They try to keep themselves moving towards that state where they're found appealing. That's part of that. Why do you think? And by the way, you keep saying force. Can you demonstrate anywhere that I said that there would be any force involved with any of this, or that it's even
said
necessary? Enforce is force.
Correct. That's what. So I was
So
correct.
where
I
is
think
the force? Where?
You tell me. You're the one.
You're
that's gonna
asked the
take-
question.
Wait, you're the one that told me the church reverend is going to come enforce marriage.
No,
and sex.
when?
You said that earlier.
No. I said the
Enforcement from
ecclesiastical
the pulpit-
authority
from the
uses
pulpit.
social pressure.
Social pressure
That's
to
not
make your
force.
wife fuck your husband.
No, you're not
So
making them
that's-
do anything.
Okay, to encourage them to fuck. their-
Yeah.
Okay, this.
Don't you encourage people's wives to fuck them?
I don't need to be in their bedrooms that much.
Yeah, I mean, if
force her to
somebody,
do
if a,
anything.
wo- if
Listen, I
somebody
can't
called
force
you-
a woman to do
if
very
a woman
much.
called you and said, "I don't sleep with my husband. He seems angry at me," would you encourage her to sleep with him?
I wouldn't encourage her to do anything, especially with
You
me.
wouldn't
I don't
encourage
mess
her
with
to
I
do
don't
anything?
I don't mess with married women. That's their
Brilliant.
business.
So your solution is fucking nothing. Nothing.
My solution is very clear.
What is it?
You're telling me at this particular point that you're going to enforce through social pressure. Social pressure.
That's not
Hold on for a
force.
second. Social
There's no
pressure
enforcement.
social pressure enforces women to be very promiscuous at this particular point. Now, you're talking about 7% of the population or better, maybe 10, that are going to fall under this category, and this is going to lead a wave of women sleeping with their husband through social pressures when social pressure quite tells them the opposite. Let me move. Let me.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. This point.
Exactly. It's very difficult. I know
It is
It's very
very
difficult for you. I know exactly, and very nice tactic. But listen,
It's not a tactic. I really am trying my hardest to understand.
You're taking a very small scenario to make it the large scenario. When I'm telling you the larger scenario is the reality, and you're telling me
Both
if
are reality.
I do this, if I do that,
No,
this is
so
a
are
very
you.
small percentage.
You're doing the same
I'm
thing.
telling you about
if
what's
you get
happening.
married, you may get a
No, I
divorce.
said
You
when.
may- if this happens, then this may happen.
We already looked at the statistics of it likely happening.
Yeah,
so that is likely to happen.
First of all, even the
Did you
statistics
pull up
looked
the
at,
statistics again?
pull up
the marriage
statistics
statistics, the
for the
divorces.
Christians. It's actually not likely, is it?
In the United States, overall in the United States.
Yeah,
So it only in order for it to work, you have to be white.
You need to
make a
this
certain
down by
income. Hold on for a
demographics.
second. You need.
You want me to break it down?
So
and social
So you want to go?
economics.
You want to go? In order for your marriage to work, they have to be white, Christian.
They don't have to be white.
Make money, and then also probably live in a certain region.
If it's the
now,
case,
what if that's not the case? Because in the United States, I don't know where you live, but in the case,
Then we use the apparatuses.
If you take the rest of the United States, they're highly not that. That is outside of those demographics.
And don't you want to
what if
change
they're-
that?
What if they're outside of that?
Don't
What
you
if
wanna-
they're not white and Christian?
Don't you want to
What if
change
they're
that?
not Christian to make 100K? What do you suggest then?
Yeah, so here's what I would suggest. If it's the case that in the black community, you have more divorces than in the white community, there's going to be contributing factors for why that is. I don't think that black people are just ontologically different than white people. Do you? Do you just believe that at their core, they're just ontologically different? Or do you think that they're the same? Because if that's the case, if we're equal people in equal people groups, then there must be some other social factors which are relating to this that increase the divorce rate in the black community that doesn't exist yet in the white community. If that's the case, we would specifically target those issues to prevent that from happening, right? We're going to do this across, We're going to do this across the board. Well,
what would they be?
For the black community, there's a bunch. One, you have a distinction in economic certitude. The second one is you got a massive abortion rate, which is super problematic. Another one is you use matriarchal structures in the family home instead of patriarchal. Huge issue that you have. By the way, when it was Christian-based, it didn't happen. It was a patriarchal structure inside those black homes. And boy, they didn't put up with shit. Not the case anymore. So you have multiple factors here which need to be addressed. I agree with that. Nobody ever disagreed with that, though. What we're trying to do is look at the mitigation of risk. And even for the black community,
We handled that already.
If the black community moves in to these conventionally traditional churches, they still will have the same ecclesiastical authority, which will assist them in governing their marriage that white people would have, and it would still assist with the mitigation of risk. What's the alternative? It's just degeneracy, right? The alternative is just just hump them and never get married. Well, what good does that do for blacks? What good does that do? It just leads to more abortion. It just leads to more degeneracy. It leads to high crime rates, and the single motherhood's out of control. So, what are you doing to prevent any of that? Nothing. Nothing. Tell me what? What?
Okay, thank you. You said things that people have known for the past 45 years, but I
didn't answer the
appreciate that.
question.
Hold on for a second. Thank you for contributing to a common conversation that people know, but you offer no other solution. That's great. Now, here's a problem. Here's a problem with this. It's an if scenario. That would be great if we can go back to this. It would be great if we can go back and look at and say that blacks, when they were in the 40s and 50s, they had more stable relationships and marriages than even white folks. Here's the issue.
Okay.
Why stop at the 40s? Let's talk about 1863.
Okay.
Your tradition seems to always hit this point of 1940s where you shine this light of traditionalism that you've never lived in, that seems to be in a snapshot of something that you don't even know about. Then when I fast
You're not
forward
even saying anything, dude.
Again, you're not listening. when I fast forward to 1970, when it falls all apart with no-fault divorce, based on what I've been arguing, what happens? All that traditionalism falls apart. Why don't we take it further? Why don't we take it back to bride prices? I mean, how far in tradition you're going to go? You're only going to bang your head around 1940 and 50 because you watched a couple of movies and I Love Lucy episodes? That's not tradition.
Okay.
That was a snapshot in history that you're trying to achieve again. So take it back further. There's no marriages in the black community.
Let's say we'll take it. Let's say we take it all the way back to the 1700s. Let's just say, just for the sake of it, right? And that I'm totally wrong about all this, just for the sake of argument. Let's just say, what is your prescription to deal with any of those issues when you're telling men in the black community to not get married? How is that going to assist with abortion? How's that going to assist with strong fathers in the home? How's that going to assist with the only demographic population which can't reproduce itself? How? Can you give me a single prescription to any of that?
Let me tell you something. I agree with you on this.
I just want a prescription, dude.
Here's a problem. I agree with you. And listen, if you had any ability to provide this prescription better than Louis Farrakhan or Martin Luther King,
does that mean no?
Give me a second. Listen to me. These men have tried to pretty much heal this issue, and they haven't.
No, they
so
didn't.
Andrew Wilson certainly not to. Neither will CGA. So I don't have a prescription for the black community because the black community is pretty much doomed at this particular point. They have too much degeneracy. They have single mother rates at the 70 and 80%. But I'm going to tell you something. You want to come in here and tell me something about ecclesiastics, and you're telling me about the reality of the black community, how to fix it. Nobody's been able to fix that community. So there's nothing you can do, and I can't offer any solution for that.
Look,
now, at that.
Why the fuck is Coach Greg speaking like? Hold on, chat. I dropped my damn Pringle. All right. Why is Coach Greg speaking like he's not a part of the black community? What the fuck is Coach Greg? Huh? Why is he speaking like he's not part of the black community? Talking about, hold on. The fuck is he talking about?
And certainly not to. Neither will CGA. So I don't have a prescription
That's
for the black
right.
community because
That's
the
right.
black community is pretty much doomed at this particular point. They have too much degeneracy. They have single mother rates at the 70 and 80%. But I'm going to tell you something. You want to come in here and tell me something about ecclesiastics, and you're telling me about the reality of the black community, how to fix it. Nobody's been able to fix that community. So there's nothing you can do, and I can't offer any solution for that.
Look,
now, at that particular point, you're saying the risk is higher. It certainly will be higher under those matriarchal conditions. So you get no argument from me there. So at that point, where's your statistics lie then?
Well,
where's your solution then?
I'll tell you again. So I'm glad
he's going to solve the community problems here. I'd love to hear this.
Listen again. I'm not saying
the black community problem solved by Andrew Wilson.
That says the guy who literally just got done saying, I have zero prescriptions.
Because nobody does.
Yeah,
that community is here. But I would love to hear the black community solved by Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, so let me tell you a bunch of things that can be done which will help mitigate these issues.
Please do.
The first is
that you can accomplish.
Yeah.
Not some pipe dream.
That can be accomplished.
Here we go.
That can be accomplished politically and already are beginning to be accomplished politically. The first is you have to outlaw abortion. You have to. It has to be outlawed. And not by state where you can just go to the next state and do another abortion, right? One of the biggest problems with promiscuity in the black community is that they use abortion as a form of birth control. Same problem that you see in the white.
Black people that say they're not black, that's just like a damn man saying he's non-binary. It's like a woman saying she's non-binary. Like, nigga, I see it. What the fuck are you talking about? Nigga, I see you, nigga. Like, you do realize, like, I'm looking at you, nigga. What are you talking about?
White community, by the way. It's just more prevalent in the black community. The next problem that you have there is the lack of religiosity, where there used to be a really strong core religious base of based black men. And they were patriarchal, very patriarchal. And the thing is that it's the idea of these feminist bra-burning lunatics that told black women not to be under the evil patriarchy of their men. And yet, at this point, the men are rolling over and allowing the matriarchy to take over in their own community. Is a return to traditional church ethics going to assist that?
My bad,
of course
Charlie.
it will. Of course it will. How do I know? Because it did then, just a few short years ago. I'm not talking about hundreds of years ago. I'm talking about 60 years ago. By the way, there's other things that you can do too. Getting rid of EBT, getting rid of social programs which are designed to keep people dependent. These are all things which can be politically accomplished. Just like abortion, the starting of banning that was politically accomplished in our lifetime. And the thing is like, you have no prescription.
Like, I hate when they put the banning of food stamps and EBT and shit. Like, it's only black people that get food stamps and shit. Like, that's gonna hurt a large portion of the white community as well. But it's never acknowledged. It's actually more white people on
At least
food
I'm
stamps
trying.
than black people. But there's a larger white population than there is a black population. But maybe percentage-wise, more black people would be hurt. But if food stamps went away altogether, numbers-wise, more white people would be hurt. It's crazy that they always associate that with the black community.
Here, man.
Man, Andrew, you are Captain Obvious. This is the
Well,
obvious
then why didn't you
prescription.
obviously state it as a prescription?
Because people have exhausted the means to be able to do this. Trust me, there have been people way better than you that dress better than you and shave their beard better than you that can do this, and they haven't been able to accomplish it. You have the Democratic Party that is highly influential. 92% of black women voted for Democrats. That's also possibly where most of those women go to church. Most of black churches are overwhelmingly women. It's a woman's club, and you're telling me about something completely obvious that everybody has pointed out for 25 years. You're not giving me anything new. This is a completely obvious scenario, and you believe that you've enlightened me over here?
Right, I agree, Amber. It shouldn't be a black and white thing. It should be about, shit, the economy being unaffordability. It should be an unaffordability problem. I seen a chart today that says back when minimum wage was like $1.60, the average cost of living to have the same amount of spending power as you needed for $1.60 per hour, you would need $212 an hour. You need to make $212 an hour to have the same amount of spending power. It's kind of crazy to me. So yes, it is an unaffordability problem, a low income problem. But they always associate it with the black community. It's like by default. It's like, oh, food stamps, black folks. It's by default, which is kind of crazy.
And you're waiting for me to give you a solution? Let me tell you something.
It's not about changing your mind.
You certainly would never do that. Now, at this particular point here, the unsettling experience that men experience in divorce, all right, you're saying you're just going to mitigate it or eradicate it. What about the small percentage of men that experience it and go through issues like high levels of self-deletion, high levels of them not being able to recover financially ever? They're still going to experience this under your scenario. Yes. This doesn't disappear. What prescription do you have for those men that went to your marriage and they got divorced 33%? What do you do with these men? Okay, 20%, 30%. It still was at a high rate.
I think it would
what
even
prescription
be lower than that.
You would hope so. You would hope so. But hope is not a strategy. What hold on for a second. What scenario do you have for men that you led into the burning building when they experience separation from their children, parental alienation, high levels of self-deletion? Yeah. What prescription do you have, sir, that you sold? You have all the answers. Please enlighten us.
Yeah,
what are you going to do with these men? Are you going to enforce them to have sex with other virgins that you have on the sideline?
I'll answer the question, but I want to make a deal with you that if I answer this last question of yours, that you'll actually answer when I ask you after that.
Listen, we're not in a court of law. I don't have to answer anything. I can state something.
Yeah, I know, but I'm asking if we can make a deal. That if I answer this question, you'll answer
the question that you ask me. I'll consider.
So we're not going to make a deal on that?
I don't have to make a deal. Listen,
you don't have to. I'm asking if you will.
Possibly. So go ahead.
Possibly. Okay. Well, then I possibly will hold the debate hostage until you possibly make a deal with me.
All right. Great. So that gives me the floor.
So we'll just sit here and stare at each other, or we just filibuster each other. Like
at this particular point.
You don't want to. So I can answer
it. You want to answer it.
But you're not going to answer. But you're not going to answer mine.
I just want that clear. You're not going to answer mine after. You're just going to filibuster and stonewall again.
I ask you the question, put it on the table.
So this is pretty simple, right? What you're proposing here. Every policy prescription which is made anywhere in any nation, with any people group, from the tribal all the way to the national level, is going to be.
Chat, do y'all remember when packs of ramen was like 12 cents? This wasn't that long ago. This is like probably pre-pandemic, right after the pandemic. Packs of ramen was like 12 cents. A pack of ramen right now, they 2 for $1 now. Debbie cakes used to be 50 cents. Then I remember they went to 75 cents. Now they're 2 for fucking $4, bro. You buy 2 for $4 for a Debbie cake, chat. This shit's crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
To be a trade-off no matter what. There's always going to be some people who are disaffected by it in some small percentage, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. We don't run societies based on outliers. The second thing is, when it comes to suicide in men particularly, one of the best ways to mitigate that is to begin the process of eliminating deployment of troops abroad. Because one of the biggest contributing factors to male suicide, including in marriage with divorce, is their veteran status. And it's because they really depend on their family to assist them with what's going on mentally from the fact that they've been deployed in these wars. And one thing you could really do that would help that's what the American First policy is we want to bring your troops home, no more foreign wars. That will greatly help and aid with this problem. And by the way, policy-wise, it's already been aiding with this as Trump has wound these wars down. And by the way, I'll point out
that's a good one. I like it.
I'll point out a few more things that
please do. Yes.
So another thing that you can do is at the national level, right? From propaganda works. I'm sure you agree. Propaganda absolutely works.
Absolutely.
If at a national level you had propaganda, which instead of showing LGBTQ flags, degeneracy, girl bossing, shit like this, which is what you see everywhere, you had institutional family units instead. Right? And that was what you saw everywhere that you went. And that was where the social status was. At the top-down level, that would really help change people's psyches around. The same way they were indoctrinated towards the degeneracy, same way you can indoctrinate them out of degeneracy. That's how we got a whole nation to smoke. And it's also how we got a whole nation to quit smoking. So the thing is, like, there really are good prescriptions here. And the only thing I get from you...
Wait a minute.
Hang on.
We're talking about
almost done.
Men.
Almost done.
Okay.
Yes. That'll help with self-deletion of men. Yes. And it's one of the biggest contributing factors. Single motherhood, another huge contributing factor. These are all things which we need to mitigate. And by the way, these are all great prescriptions. You said I don't have none.
No, for a second. That's what you said. Now, here's the deal. These are great prescriptions. I happen to live in the time that you're talking about when the FCC didn't allow degeneracy. And I was able to live through the time where they started to allow it. So I, unfortunately, was able to see a time where America was great, and now we had dysfunction. So I agree with some of those things. That took place probably 40 or 50 years. It would take a very, very unique scenario for that to occur when you have Cardi B and this type of music out here. And she's a single mother divorcee with a man that is having babies.
See, now that's a good argument.
Okay, so how...
That's an actual argument.
Hold on for a second. No, that's something that you agree with. That's okay.
No, that's
okay.
an actual
okay.
argument.
No, it's an agree. You just agree. You can be humble enough to say you
That's
agree.
an actual argument.
No, listen, you don't have to be...
Hey, Steven, you smoking Cools? Talking about Cools cigarettes? Listen, Steven, if you smoking Cools over there, man, I know something, Steven. I ain't gonna cap, man. I remember when I was smoking Cools, Chad, that was a time in my life, man, that I don't know, man. That's crazy to think I was smoking Cools, bro. That shit's powerful, man.
You know, you're not to belittle or attempt to belittle.
Well,
I'm here a grown-ass man.
The argument
just say
is
you agree.
propaganda.
Hey, listen, just say you agree. You want to be
It's not a matter of agreement. It's a matter of recognizing that was the argument.
Hey, sir.
It's
I know
the only
you're
argument
not
you've
used
made
to
the whole
somebody
debate.
across from you. No, just say you agree. You can humble yourself in the
I don't agree.
Now,
It's just an argument.
Chat, I was too young. Life was not that fucking hard for me to be smoking Cool 100s, Chat. I promise you. I don't know what the fuck I had going. Life was not that hard for me to be smoking Cool 100s, bro. Like, the real talk, Chat. I had no fucking business smoking Cool 100s.
Agree. Be a big boy. Be a big boy.
I don't
Now,
agree, but
hold
it's
on
an
for a second.
argument.
Here's a second.
Okay.
You're telling me it's going to take 50 to 100 years.
No.
I ask you about a man that's considering taking his life today. You're telling me about propaganda machine. Okay, there are men here that are been abandoned from their kids. They've been alienated. I'm talking about today. I'm not talking about in the church. I'm talking about today.
Okay, I'll answer
You're
you
telling me
today.
about some scenario where you're going to change liberalism and bring in righteous conservatism. That's not going to work today. We need solutions for men today, not 50 years from the turning point meeting. Okay, at this point, today we have men that are in dire need of help.
I agree.
They're going through unsettling situations and divorces. This is who I speak to, and you keep telling me obvious answers about propaganda and changing this and going to church. This sounds great on paper, but that doesn't happen today. You don't start.
Chad, I remember one time I was too young to be smoking, right? I was too young to be smoking, and I wasn't too young to be smoking, like, not only by age, but I just didn't know what the fuck I was doing, man. I remember one time, Chad, I'm smoking, right? And I'm fucking pumping gas, and my friend, his mom pull up at the gas station, and she was like, "Boy, don't you know you ain't supposed to be smoking while you pumping gas?" And I was just so scared that she caught me smoking. It really didn't register. Like, nigga, you pumping gas and smoking, like you go blow us all up. That was
Start that today. Can you give me a one solution you got that starts today, Mr. I got all the solutions?
If
We can start today.
Yeah. If you assist with funding MRA groups today who are trying to legislate and get legislation passed today to create preventative measures for those men today. Now, if you ask me, can you do anything about a man who might be willing to blow his head off right this second because he's already going through the events of divorce, which I had nothing to do with, wasn't there for, could never do anything about?
Hey, Kyle said in the day we never fish a square. Somebody getting their short. You damn right, man. Listen, Chad. If it was a cool 100, man, that motherfucker, somebody was gonna get a short off of a short, man. You know the cool 100s burn slow too, Chad. I'm talking about them. They was burning so slow, man. Probably about 4 people hit one cigarette, man. Bitch, powerful, man. Everybody lightheaded as hell.
Out.
Nobody can do
Can you
anything about
prevent?
it.
Of course, nobody can. But that's built
Even
into
your righteous
But that's
ecclesiastic
that's
reverend
built
from the pulpit.
Yes, but it's built into the question. What you're building into the question is probably the worst framing ever. Andrew, if somebody right this second is willing to do
Here we
something
go.
bad,
Here's the-
can you stop them?
Here it
It's
comes.
like
Here it comes. Look at the
I don't
scenario.
understand.
But your scenario is to change MRA funding.
That was a different time in the world, Chad. Like, that was a different time. See, our YouTube community is a little bit older, but going into a Pizza Hut having ashtrays is crazy work. Buffets with a smoking section was actually diabolical, chat. Now that I'm grown and I could really realize it, like, my parents was taking me to the fucking smoking section, bro. Like, what? Like, I'm a child, bro. Like, what the hell am I doing in the smoking section, man? It's like this bitch is the club, bro. I might as well have been in the club. I'm in the smoking section. I might as well be in the club. Pop some bottles, shit. Hell. Where's the music? You know what I'm saying?
When women outvote men 60 to 40%, and you have women lobbyist groups and 0 men lobby groups, that's what you're telling
That's
me?
really
We're going to change to fun MRA groups.
Congress
MRA
makes
groups-
the law,
hold on
not
for a
the
second.
voters, sir.
Hold on. When
Congress makes the law.
MRAs are on some terror lists. Yes.
Yeah, that's
so you're telling me that they're going to start just switching funding. We're just going to switch funding over here
Yeah.
to a terrorist
The thing
organization,
is,
according to some of these websites.
yeah, I would say
This is just a pie in the sky.
know,
All
it's
your
funny.
solutions are completely
Not only
pie
is
in the
it-
sky.
Nah, man, that shit was terrible, bro. We cannot act like the smoking buffets weren't terrible, bro. I'm talking about eyes burning. It's thick clouds over there. It's everybody smoking all different kind of cigarettes. You got Misty 120s, Cool 100s, Newports, Marlboros. Man, come on, Chad. Like, let's be real here. It's nostalgia, but we was a little fucked up. We can say once we knew better, we did better. We didn't have y'all. I wasn't even old enough to smoke then. Y'all didn't have no business smoking all them squares in no folks' restaurant, man.
Not pie in the sky, but I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
The least possible situation that can
Well, I'll
occur.
give you an example of where it's already happened. So I would argue that the traditional churches are MRAs, that they are men's rights advocacy groups, and that's where traditional masculinity is mostly found today, where men are even allowed to be masculine. Hang on. Let me finish my point. And it is the case that those MRAs, in this case, the traditional churches, already got abortion rolled back, didn't they?
See, you said we know better today, but it's still in the streets. See, that's an economic problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's an economic problem. It's kind of like so discouraging. You see all of these people that went and got these computer degrees and tech, and they're just losing their fucking jobs, man. I just told you 2 Debbie cakes is $4. We got gas at $4 a gallon, man. Yeah, people are in the streets trying to make some damn chicken, man. Let's be honest with you. They're trying to get by. They're trying to get by. Now, when it comes to smoking inside of every fucking word, that's kind of crazy.
They're already moving these things back. They're already at the forefront of fighting degeneracy. They are also the ones.
You said, what about trades? What about any job? Chad, did you know the average age of a new hire this year, or the data just came out, the average new hire age is 42 years old. That's the average age of a new hire. 42 years old.
Who are at the charitable forefront of helping those same veterans who are blowing their heads off when the government doesn't even pay any attention to them. When by the time the government was all done doing any of these reforms when it came to veterans associations, it was those pesky old traditional churches from Sky Daddy that you hate so much. They were the ones on the forefront who were actually assisting those people and not doing that. While you asked me this question, Andrew, what can you do right this second for a guy who's going to blow his head off? Well, probably nothing. But neither can you.
Of course.
But at least we could do something about that not happening to others.
Okay, so that's very easy to accomplish in red states. And red states overwhelmingly were the states that got those things passed.
Yeah.
They were already going to get it passed without the interaction of these so-called righteous individuals.
That was done
Hold
at
on for
the
a
federal
second.
level,
Now
not
let's
the
just
state level.
Yeah, through Donald Trump.
Yeah, the federal level.
Watch
It
this.
doesn't have to do with
California, Nevada, these are all states that you can easily drive to and get it done because they're red.
Which is why we
or
need
they're
a
blue
federal
states.
ban, yeah.
And at that particular point, are we going to get a federal ban?
Yeah,
You believe we
very
have?
possibly could, yeah.
Possible.
It looks good. It looks
good, but
yeah.
we don't have it today. All right, so we don't.
You
we're not again. We don't have it.
So what you want to do?
More than likely,
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you. You said it's possible, and I say more than possible. You're not going to get it. All right. So at that point,
Well, Chad, yeah, because trades are, somewhat secure as of now. Trades are secure, more secure than the other things, because they're saying by the end of this year, most CTOs of companies and CEOs of companies, they're looking to cut 75% of their workforce and still have the same amount of productivity by the end of this year. There are rumors going around. That's why we see Dell cut all these people, Block, Oracle, we see Sherwin-Williams stop matching 401ks. A lot of these companies, CEOs and CTOs are saying that, yeah, they want to get rid of about 76% of their workforce by the end of this year.
That's what they said about.
You said, how can we make money other than the streets, Jay? It's gonna come back to what I would do is go back to like 2008. How did people get by in 2008? People had hustles back then. Like, people started gardens back then. People downsized. They started driving mopeds and shit like that. People were biking to work. It's just, you have to adjust. Yes, you do want to make money and you do want to make more money, but it's also about getting out of that consumerism mindset and learning how to save, learning how to appreciate. That's one thing we as Americans lack, is appreciation, especially for some of the smallest things. We've grown up in a society of more. Thank you, Shell, for renewing that membership. Shell comes through and says, Happy Good Friday. Be sure to remember what Jesus did for us and how he was brutally beaten and crucified. Find a Good Friday service today. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Shell, for renewing that membership. But yeah, we have to get out of that consumerism mindset. We have to find appreciation in other things. We have to be able to retain money just as well as we have to make more money. And making more money doesn't necessarily have to come through a pay increase. You can layer incomes, get you a side hustle, mix you up some carpet cleaner and go scrub some carpets. Fuck. Gas is gonna get high to where the point rideshare apps might not make sense. Get you a lawnmower, weed eater, cut grass, start you a garden, save money there. It's just certain things that we can do to retain our income and layer our incomes. Because with mass layoffs going on, companies not hiring, we're gonna have to get creative. Have to get creative.
Roe v. Wade, and they were wrong.
They're wrong today. They're wrong possibly. We possibly might get it, but California's, they're not doing it. I can drive to California
there's
right
a
now.
federal ban,
When
they
there's a
can't
woman I
stop
can
it.
drive, and I could take a woman to Nevada.
Yeah,
We can
but
take
it's
her to
already
many
decreasing
places
the
right now.
rates. It's already working. Like, what are you talking about? It's already effective.
All it does is just send women to another place.
And it
We're gonna find
reduces the amount of abortions.
It reduces it. So
significantly.
now we're not. That's all we're talking about. Reducing it.
Oh, also other things you can do is hunt. Fish. You can go pay however much it is in your state. Some states it varies between $12 and maybe $50. Get you a fishing license. Get you some fish. I don't know what your state laws are, but shit, catch as many fish as you can that the state law allows, and shit, stock your freezer. Learn how to hunt. Learn how to go to the meat market. Learn how to buy the catfish whole instead of buying it already filleted. Learn how to fillet it yourself. It's certain things that we can do that we've just become, accustomed to because we're American. We've been getting fat and happy for a long time. The parties come to an end. The party must die. And right now it's dying right now. Happened in 2008. People adjusted. They made it through.
We're
Yeah.
talking about now the unsettling experiences.
So do nothing?
We're doing something.
Yeah.
Doing something. I'm informing
Yeah.
people. I'm informing people. I'm giving people the information.
To do what?
And you're telling me
What do you want
this guy's solution that might take
Tell me
forever.
what men should do.
I'm telling you what they're doing. All right. At this particular point, this
Yeah.
is the question that you've been wanting to ask me. All right. I put out a book called 52 Things That Men Should Do Prior to Considering Marriage.
Okay.
What it does is take it through a step-by-step approach of
Yeah, Chad, that's what I'm saying. Especially if you have relationships with people, somebody has a pond or you have a lake around, you got a good fishing spot. Like I said, you can think about it for a year. You know what I'm saying? Think about it for a year, Chad. If you can fish and provide yourself, adequate meals, let's just say 365 days, if you can do fucking 300 meals with fish throughout the year, you just say to yourself, let's just say $10 a meal. That's $3K you save by putting your pole in the water. Now you got your vegetables, your garden, you grew your garden. Now you go hunt. Or somebody hunts. They gift you a deer shoulder. You go kill your own deer. You get your family and y'all go in on a half a cow. Instead of going to Walmart buying ground beef, y'all just go in on a half a cow. Chop it down. You deep freeze it together. It's ways to survive, but it's really like a mindset thing. It's really a mindset thing, and we have to get out of that. I hate to say it, but we got to get out of that abundance mindset. Nobody's coming to bail us out. Stimulus is aren't coming. He's cutting health care to fund 1.5 trillion in the defense budget. You gotta band together. Rabbit, good investment. If you got some kids, man, some younger kids, really young, get them out them damn Pampers. Go ahead. It's time to get them out them Pampers. That shit getting a little too high right now. Hey, man, it's time to potty train, man. Go on, get that shit out the way. Go on, get them in some drawers. Save that 200 a month, 100 a month, however much Pampers are now. Shit, I'm sure it's high as hell. You said, yep, what plants can you turn into medicine? Bucking, what I would do is go to a herbalist. Like most cities, especially if you're in a major city or wherever you at, you can just Google a herb store. And when you go in the herb store, the jars are gonna be labeled. It's gonna like they'll have teas where you put them in the jar and you boil it like a tea. You'll make a tea, and it'll be like they'll have some for headache or insomnia or just different. It will label what it's for and shit. That's a way. That you can get into the herbs. Maybe if you don't know, you can always Google it and order your herbs online. But hmm yeah, chat. It all come together though. It's just to take a different direction. Right now, no one knows truly what's ahead. Especially when it comes to the job market, the way the job market is gonna be looking. Nobody knows. I know for sure that if they open that defense budget, it's gonna be some crazy contracts going out. Yeah, Buck, and there are plants out there that work really good. That's why I said go to a herbalist or research. So yeah, chat, man, we finna get up out of here. Y'all be sure to join the Discord. We are gonna start that book club. Y'all have to give me a week to get it together. So while we're getting it together, be sure to join the Discord so you can get your role and members. Make sure that you let me know. I guess I'll have to go through the members and see who's in the Discord. But if you're in the Discord and you fuck, I'll just give everybody a role. But if you're in the Discord, you'll get a role. But if you're not in the Discord, after the we do the I don't know, week, 10 days, we'll tie it to the membership. So all the members that get into the book club. Yeah, nah, Jay, y'all open carry in Florida. I know they hunt and fish in Florida. I got some people that hunt and fish in Florida. Fishing in Florida is really big. Texas too, Arkansas, Missouri. Some of the biggest deer I've seen, like on the Big Buck Classic, some of the biggest deer I've seen came from Missouri and Arkansas. I've seen some crazy ass bucks, Missouri and Arkansas. But yeah, Chad, we finna get up out of here, man. I appreciate everybody for pulling up, man. I will see y'all on tomorrow night. Be sure to hit the like button on your way out and be sure to subscribe to the channel. Do not gatekeep this channel, man. Do not gatekeep this channel, man. Jay, I go to Walmart. You can go to Walmart and get your hunting and fishing license. Most of the time I just go to Walmart and get mine. But yeah, Chad, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Good night, Chad.